What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us on this hump day, first day in October, October 1st. Happy October, everybody. Again, man, like, subscribe, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, Instagram. We're everywhere, but I see my man in the green room. Let's bring him on. One half of Chip and Zay, the great Chip Brown.
What's going on? In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us on a wild and woolly Wednesday. Zay, what's going on, my man?
What's up, man? Just telling the folks happy October. Like, here we are. It's a big time month, man. You know,
big time.
Sports going on right now. So
I would like to say happy birthday to my daughter, Maggie Brown.
Yeah.
The unsinkable Maggie Brown. A lot of longtime listeners know that in 2010 she had open heart surgery and to repair an atrial septal defect and a cleft in her mitral valve. Scariest day of my life. 8-hour surgery. First 4 hours, they hook her up to bypass machines. Machines start pumping her blood so that her heart can deflate like a little balloon. And then they can do the surgery that they need to do. And then, then they take her off the bypass machines. I mean, when they explain it all to you as a parent, you're like, oh God. And God bless Dr. Charles Frazier, who was at Children's Hospital in Houston. He's one of the foremost experts in pediatric cardiology. And now he's at Dell Children's Hospital in Austin. And that was a great pickup for Dell Children's Hospital. But yeah, I mean, Maggie, she's 18, and that surgery was when she was 2.5, and I had breakfast. I just, met with her, and can't believe it. Can't believe she's old enough to vote. She's getting, senior in high school, applying to colleges. And daddy's little girl, you're always
deep.
It's different. It's different. Tiger was, boys they're out doing their thing. Daddies always feel like they got to look out for their little girls. So yeah, happy birthday, Mags.
Yeah, for sure, man. Happy birthday to her. Talented. So talented. Is she good? Is the leg and the ankle okay? Because she got knees. She got your knees, ankles, and stuff.
Oh God. Well, that poor girl. She's had 2 broken arms. The open heart surgery. She has something called an osteo. She's not probably ecstatic that I'm talking about this, but she has what they call an osteochondroma on her left leg, and that's like where this bone just comes out of the femur. It's like a little, tree branch that just comes out of the femur, and she's got to have surgery on that this year because it's painful because the quad goes over it. She has to do all this physical therapy for it so that she can dance in all of her theater performances. But man, you'd never know she has a bad day. So
it's amazing.
You're so thankful for that as a parent. So thanks for asking. Yeah, she's doing good. She's in good frame of mind. I think she's ready to be 18. I mean, she's already an adult. Her mom is like, she's still my little girl. I'm like, no, she's running stuff now. So just, she'll be off to college next year. Don't be hovering. Let her let her get out there and fly. So
Yeah, let her fly. Where do you want her to go? Where does she want to go? Where do you want her to go? Because I felt like we talked about this before, and she's trying to go out of state somewhere.
Yeah, she wants to go to Michigan.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They've got like one of the top musical theater programs, music composition. You know, she wants to write and direct Broadway musicals. Michigan has had a lot of women go into, that world and be very successful. So it's crazy. It's crazy because my mom went to Michigan. You know, I got a lot of family who went to Michigan, and now I'm living in Texas when I need to be living in Michigan to get that in-state tuition. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. I mean, I'm just happy for her. She'll probably get a scholarship somewhere. I mean, I think she'll get a full scholarship somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And so maybe that school will take precedent, but yeah, man, I'm proud of her. She's written two musicals, one of which is going to be published and copyrighted so that other schools can perform it and she'll get a royalty from it. Like they're producing an album for it. It's being performed at the University of Michigan in February. So I'm going to go up there with her. And she and her writing partner, a guy named Anderson Zoll, who also is from Austin. He's at Michigan. So yeah, it's been amazing watching her go because that world is so like, I am not musically inclined. She can write and compose music for an entire orchestra, like for clarinet, violin, every instrument. And thank God her piano teacher made her take theory while she was learning the piano, because now that having that music theory, that ability to write music and has put her so far ahead. So shout out to Celia Fielding, unbelievable piano teacher, inspiring, teacher of young people. So yeah, man.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thanks. I'm like, Max, you need to apply to USC and get into the Dr. Dre School of Music Production. Like, that's the guy you want to be working with.
Oh, man. Yeah.
But,
yeah. You need to put her on some G-Funk. You need to let her listen to some old school Dre and Snoop. Chronic.
yeah.
I mean, that's where it has to start, you know. Some will say it might even go deeper than that and start with NWA.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Which, if you want, NWA legendary, I would skip that and go straight to the Chronic. You know what I'm saying? NWA's cool, but you got to be in a certain, mind frame to listen to that.
Did you see Ice Cube is coming to Moody?
I didn't. That's a big deal. That was you and Eleanor's first date, right?
Yeah, so don't tell her. I mean, she might be listening. She's
listening. Then
she's doing a work thing, but I'm gonna surprise her with. I got tickets because the first time we went, our first date, her son played lacrosse at Westwood, and she would always keep score, for the games. And they're warming up, and some kid hits her in the right behind the ear with a full-blown lacrosse throw, and she had a concussion. And she's so tough, she wouldn't own up to how bad it was. So I'm like, hey, are we going to this concert? And she's like, yeah. And we get to the concert, and of course it's loud as bleep. And she's like, her head is sinking, So he's like, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. And it's getting going. Of course, this is March 7th, 2020, right before COVID. but she's like, hey, do you mind if we leave? And I'm like, oh, shizzle. That concussion's really kicking. And she's like, yeah. So we left. So I figure we go this time. We'll stay for the whole show, enjoy it. You know, I don't know if we'll get, I don't know what we'll get. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get, maybe we'll get a little No Vaseline, one of my favorites. But
you want to hear the diss track on Eazy-E?
Oh, I love that.
He can't do that. No, I don't think he does that anymore.
Oh, Nappy Dugout? No.
That's a very disrespectful song. Eazy-E's no longer with us.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take, hey, whatever Cube's got for me, I'm down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you should get Today's a Good Day.
Yeah.
What else? Maybe Friday, the song. That's a jam. We be thugging, we be clubbing.
Yeah.
Everybody likes when the girl shakes something. Yeah. You're gonna get some jams. It's Cube.
Yeah. Joe K, yes. That is where Maggie is at the Performing Arts High School in Austin. McCallum. She's a McCallum Knight. Yeah.
See, Eddie, my cracker wife, and I had 4 tickets for Ice Cube until he postponed from September to October, and we couldn't go. That's tough.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Cube, I don't even know how Cube's really touring still. Like, it's interesting that that's the route that he's going because, with his movies and TV and all that, like.
Well, he's played ACL here and there.
Yeah.
So it's cool that he still likes to get out there and stay in touch with the music side of it. Cause you're right. I mean, he's been a movie actor. He started that 3-on-3 league.
That's right. Yeah. Big 3.
And so he's
money's coming in. It ain't like money.
Right.
Some of these other guys, they have to tour still. Cube doesn't necessarily have to do that, but.
That's like Jerry Seinfeld. Like Jerry Seinfeld doesn't need another dime. That guy is set for life, but he's addicted to it. Like,
love of the game.
Yeah, love of the game. He's a stand-up guy. I saw him at Bass Concert Hall. Jerry Seinfeld, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. Guy was fantastic. So I love the guys who are still out there because they just love it.
Yeah. Oh, Jerry Seinfeld's my guy. He's a Mount Rushmore comedian for me. Big reason why me and my wife are together. First time I went over to her crib, she was getting ready to move. She was watching Seinfeld on DVD. I almost fell in love right then. Right then. That's where I hold Seinfeld, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Jason Alexander, like Larry David.
Oh.
Those people, they changed my life. So when I saw her watching it on DVD.
Now, why do you say they changed my life?
I love that show.
Yeah.
That's my favorite show of all time. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah.
I can watch any episode, no matter how many times. They get stuck in the garage, could watch that. Chinese restaurant, could watch that. The Contest. Like, there's just iconic television. People always compare it to Friends. There's no comparison.
Yeah, it's totally different,
man. Yeah, what are we doing? Because both of them, that was the 90s. Those shows, they ruled the 90s. But I'll go down in my grave telling you Jennifer Aniston can't act. She all looks, man. She ain't got no range.
Well, I mean, we don't have to just.
I mean, I got to throw them under the bus. David Schwimmer, he's all right.
I mean,
David Schwimmer, Matthew Perry, he all right.
But the beautiful thing about Seinfeld was it's Jerry and Larry David's ability to take everyday life and give you these perspectives on it that everyone is like, oh, yeah. It's amazing how those two just see little anecdotes of life and then bam, turn it into comic genius.
And everyone can relate.
Everyone, yeah, because it's all stuff that we do and experience, and I mean, the George Costanza relationship, any episode of Costanza in a relationship is comic genius.
Yeah, man. I'm
Yeah.
sad they all got typecasted though, except for Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Even though my wife, she claims that she's the same and everything, which in a way she is. But I told you to go watch Veep. You know, me, I'm not a political guy at all. But Veep, it's that good. And she's incredible in it. But everybody else, you know, Kramer.
I got to write that down again.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah. But yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm, that's a top 5 show for me too.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically just Seinfeld with swearing. That's really like the only difference.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It brings in guys like JB Smoove, who's one of my favorite comedians. Like, just elite. Elite right there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, man, that got me. I think my wife tricked me though. I think she knew it. She knew. I don't know if we talked about Seinfeld before I came over, but she got me. She bagged your boy on that alone. I was in.
Oh yeah?
Yes, yeah. I couldn't get out.
That was it. Once you saw her watching Seinfeld, that was it.
4.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, season 4 where the Jerry and George follow Kramer to Hollywood because Kramer's trying to act. God, come on, man. We can talk about this all day. We got other things to talk about. I know we got Hummer coming on 3 o'clock. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
A lot of people picking the upset against Texas this week.
Yeah, people are not feeling Texas at all.
Not feeling them, saying they a fraud. I hope Sark shows them that. I hope
he
Sark
will.
shows them that. Like, because what?
He's
what do
petty.
we do to deserve this? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you lose the 7 to Ohio State. I get it. UTEP wasn't pretty, but you still won by double digits. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I don't get it, but hey, I love me some bulletin board material, Chip. You know that. The listeners know that. Anything that you can add for extra motivation, Steve Sarkisian, you need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like Arch Manning, get in old boy's face. That gives me, if I'm a player and I see that, that gives me extra motivation. Our quarterback who's been struggling is ready to squabble up. He's on that now because he's pissed off from all these people chitting and chatting about him. Okay, cool. That's what I'm talking about. We need that energy. We need that enthusiasm. You know what I'm saying? So you were number 1 to start the season. Heisman hopeful, Sark probably coach of the year, everybody who's on a contract year, entering the draft, all that. Now you brought to reality a little bit. That humble pie is served in a big ass slice. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? You're a Texas player. That should piss you off, and you need to prove to the nation that, yo, man, we still one of them teams. You know, don't sleep on us. We're still one of them teams that could be at the end of the year hoist that natty up. So I like it, man. Yeah, Joe K. Pate said he's picking Florida. Hey, bet. Cool.
Woo!
Pate ain't the only one. There's others. Like, Pate ain't the only one. So yeah. I like that.
Yeah. Well, this is Texas's chance to reintroduce themselves to the college football world, because after the clunker against Ohio State, even though it was only 14-7 and Texas had a chance, they were driving at the end of the game to go tie the thing. And, you know, for 3.5 quarters, they were not good and people checked out. And then, you know, the 10 incompletions against UTEP. So this is their chance. It's been a month since the Ohio State game. That's an eternity. We talk about it all the time. The sign of a well-coached team is week-to-week improvement. The defense is getting better. I mean, Jelani McDonald picking up steam. Colin Simmons doesn't have the sack numbers, but he's got 9 quarterback pressures. He's affecting the game. And he's like Kevin Durant. He needs to see the ball go through the hoop. He needs to, he got a sack on the first play of the game against Sam Houston. So he needs to keep it coming. Everyone's watching Arch. Everyone's watching Arch. And if it's raining, how does he handle that? Is it no big deal? Is he a warrior? Is he a competitor? Is he making plays that help his team win? That's all that matters. And don't make plays that put your team in jeopardy. Don't put it up for grabs. Don't, take the sack. Trust your punter and your defense. Do that smart stuff. They've had a month since Ohio State, and they've had 2+ weeks since UTEP. And, again, Sark on the SEC call today was, talking about how, sounding like Arch had gotten through it, gotten through the pressing and the, because everyone's asking about the pressure because DJ Lagway and Arch Manning both have struggled. And so now everyone's like, this is the showdown between the high profile struggling quarterbacks. Who's going to emerge as the guy that people say, oh, he's back? And all that conjecture, all that, I don't want to say drivel, but all that noise is happening around this game. And so, for Arch Manning, just put those earbuds in and get ready to grind, because that's what I want to see. I want to, look, his timeline is compressed, but not like Quinn and Sark still never talked about.
What do you mean by compressed?
Well, like when Quinn went to Oklahoma State in 2022, and they had a 2-touchdown lead in that game, and Sark failed Quinn. At that point, he should have been running Bijan and Roshan because those guys were averaging good chunks. And for some crazy reason, Sark was still throwing it.
Yeah. 19 for 49.
Yeah. And Quinn, I was told had his thumb, slammed in a door that week. Like, what are you doing? It was windy. His thumb's maybe not right. A week later, Quinn was really good at K-State, but this is where we got to see the growth and development. He went out there against Ohio State. His first pass was terrible. I think it put him in a tailspin. Like, what the hell was that? We talk about how the early game jitters, and he just let those jitters get to him, and his mechanics, everything was off. It was terrible. Then he throws 2 dimes. The 30-yarder to Endries, the 32-yard touchdown to Livingston. And you're like, oh, okay. And hell, the first drive of the second half, he was 4 of 4. They get all the way down to the 1, first and goal from the 1. They don't get in. I mean, that's, that's what we have to see. We got to see him come out fast, be a leader, good energy, good juice. We know he's emotional. Sark's been talking about that. Yeah, he's more emotional. He may need to yell and scream on the sideline. Okay, are we seeing that, or are we seeing him just off like he's lost in thought? Because that's what we're going to be measuring in this game. Where's the growth? Everything from decision-making, processing, to his sideline demeanor, to, if he's got players back, how's he communicating with those players? The dogs, man, they walk up and down the sideline, pumping up their teammates, making sure that everyone's juice stays high. If you don't have the confidence to do that, that's a problem. And so everyone's going to be studying that. this week. And I will be too.
Yeah.
Because
there's a clip going around from Alabama. Somebody was in that Alabama locker room, and Todd Simpson, he's giving a Jalen Hurts ass speech in that locker room, keeping his team locked the hell in. And I'm like, damn, man, this dude, Todd Simpson, he definitely has his team's respect and the coaching staff's respect. And you could see that this past Saturday when they were in Athens and got that win over Georgia. So, yeah, I'm looking for that in Arch too. And you talked about it yesterday. Like, their identity right now is him utilizing his legs, which scares the hell out of me because you got to just be so smart with that. I mean, y'all hear me talk about it all the time. Like, you got to be very strategic about how you run the football with your quarterback. And it seemed like at that UTEP game, when you have 10 straight incompletions, like, that was the only way to go. You could do that against UTEP. You can't do that against Florida. I understand that they have a ton of injuries on that defensive side, which gives me a lot of confidence. Even though the weather might be a little shaky, it gives me a lot of confidence that, okay, come fourth quarter, Billy Napier is going to be scrambling to try to find fresh guys because this is the SEC after all. Guys are going to be fatigued in a ball game like this. So if the Horns could just stay solid, they don't have to be blowing anybody out. Hell, they don't have to necessarily be up at that point in time in the fourth quarter. You'd obviously like them to be, but I think Florida could wear down. And a lot of that is based on this offensive line for Texas and what they control. But if Arch Manning's going to utilize his legs, you got to be smart about it. And those running backs in the offensive line, they got to have their best days so far this season, which is also a big reason why I'm skeptical in this game because we just haven't seen that consistency yet.
Right. Like this past 2 weeks, coming off a game, I don't care if it was a scrimmage against 8th graders. Everybody got to play. Everyone played well. 55-0. Arch completed 86% of his passes. Ryan Wingo went off. DeAndre Moore got back in the flow. You should be building big time, momentum, confidence over these past 2 weeks. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a different team to show up Saturday at 2:30. If they come out tentative and sluggish and penalties, I'm going to be like, what the hell have these guys been doing? Who's holding each other accountable here? Who are the police chiefs on this team? Who are the dogs who are saying, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're not going to be out of the mix because we're committing stupid penalties. Like, if that's a storyline coming out of this game, and people are going to start questioning the culture, the leadership, the togetherness, the connectivity. Like, you got a bunch of dudes who've been to the edge. They've seen, Michael Taft, Anthony Hill, DJ Campbell, hell, Arch. I mean, there were a bunch of dudes who played prominent roles in that team last year that felt like they should have won the national championship. Yeah. Not for a couple of terrible calls and, whatever, ifs, buts, candy, and nuts. But this is where you separate yourself because Sark said it today. I mean, he got asked about Sam Pittman. Sam Pittman's getting fired. And Sarkisian said, yeah, we've been kind of talking about it as coaches in the SEC going to this 9-game conference schedule. Like, how do we get our fan base's heads around 9-3 being a good season, especially if you're playing a tough non-conference game like Texas is against Ohio State next year, against Michigan the next year, against Notre Dame the next 2 years after that. And he's right. And I think this is going to be the year where we test if a 9-3 team gets in to the playoff. And if not this year, for sure next year. Because you play 9 conference games, man, in the SEC with Vanderbilt now a threat, Mississippi State looking like a threat, Kentucky, and Kentucky rises up every You can get somebody every year. They're playing Georgia this week. I mean, I love the SEC, but if you're a coach in the SEC trying to keep these guys' attention in the age of NIL and the transfer portal, and it is interesting to me when you hear coaches now talking about, like Dabo Swinney is like, we got a bunch of guys making good money, they got to play better. It's wild. It's wild. It's that, oh yeah, these guys are making some money.
Yeah.
And are they playing up to their contract?
Yeah. Yeah, I love when Sark talked about that and how he's like, these guys aren't professionals though.
Right.
Even though they're making money like professionals, it's the coach's job to keep everybody even kill and minds right, because that added money only means added pressure. And for some guys, that performance anxiety, I think Arch Manning's been a part of that. You know what I'm saying? You could argue Colin Simmons, Ryan Wingo, a lot of guys that had high expectations that you see all over TV and all over ads every time you pick up your phone. Sometimes it's hard to live to those expectations. So the coaches, they have to do a hell of a job of keeping them as locked in as possible, especially in just this era of collegiate sports. And, when you look at just the penalties, man, if you're 126 in anything, get alone penalties, that's not good. There's only 135 teams. What? You're 126 in that? You're 122 or 109, in third down efficiency? Those two stats are the killers that I think could end up really costing this team down the line. Maybe not this week, but maybe the following. If you get by that, maybe not after that, but Mississippi State, when you go to Starkville and how they're playing, you hope that that's ended. As you mentioned, you hope the penalty thing, that's irrelevant. And a month from now, we could go back in time and say, why the hell were we even talking about penalties? These guys, they figured it out. The offense is now clicking, moving. Red zone efficiency is there. The third down efficiency is a lot better because a lot of the time, those penalties, they set Texas back on third and longs now. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like a domino effect, those two stats. That has to change, man. And this game, I think it's going to be real grimy. I do.
Yeah, it could be sloppy.
Yeah.
Low scoring. Do you see the over-unders 41?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I get it. You know? Yeah, Billy Napier's so weird, man. Because you look at the stats for Florida right now, Jaden Ball's average 5.9 a carry.
Right.
He's barely getting the rock. I don't know if this is Billy Napier playing the long game and looking down the line at now we're in October, November, because that schedule is such a gauntlet. And he's like, I gotta try to keep my guy as fresh as possible. But on the other side, Chip, you got DJ Lagway, who might be freaking hurt everywhere. The dude's dealt with so many injuries, sports hernia, shoulder injury that apparently should have had surgery on, but did not. So might need surgery once offseason comes around. He was in a walking boot, a calf strain is a big reason why he wasn't able to get all the reps that he was supposed to get in training camp. So how are you going to make this man throw it as many times as he's had these first 4 games when your run game has some promise to it? As I just mentioned, Jaden Ball's average carry at 5.9 a touch. So Billy Napier, I don't know what his logic is. I hope he hasn't figured it out. I hope they continue to throw it with DJ Lagway. And even if they try to run it a lot with Jaden Ball, I think this defense for Texas is so freaking stingy. I don't think that will be an issue for them. Yeah, Jaden Ball might have a couple of solid runs, but overall, I think this defense, they're definitely going to be up for that challenge. And I think the game plan is definitely going to be force DJ Lagway to throw it and put that pressure on him when he does. But it's just weird that this has been Billy Napier's, philosophy and
And
just go
he's the offensive play caller.
Yeah, like
you're in control of your fate. Your offense is holding your team back. You are calling the plays, and you're abandoning the run too often, or you're not mixing your plays well enough to sustain your running game, or it's on you. You're the offensive play caller. You're the one, you get to draw it up and fix it. You're not going to some guy saying, hey, let's go. Like, it's getting away from us. He's the guy, and everybody's questioning it. Every week he gets asked if he's still calling the plays. Every week. It's pretty much by the same guy. Like this guy, Edgar Thompson from the Orlando Sentinel. He's like, and Billy, you're still calling the plays, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. I mean,
pride, baby. That pride's a mother.
I like Billy Napier. Like he was on Saban's staff. He's
Louisiana, good time.
Like, I don't know what's going on with. I mean,
he used to run the ball at Louisiana.
Yeah,
they used to run it. I remember that. They used to run the ball. Yeah. I don't know what's changed.
And then here you go, Sark. He's still running the offense for Texas. The offense has held Texas back each of the last 2 years when a berth in the national championship was on the line. Now, a couple of fumbles against Washington were killers. Obviously, the red zone woes at the end of the Ohio State game. The offense has got to put it together. Defense playing national championship defense. Now, granted, they've played one team. The other three teams, this is going to be, this is here we go. Because and Anthony Hill said it. I'm like, hey man, you guys are doing really well. Not miss, some of the fewest missed tackles in the country. Hey, we're about to get going here. Let's see how we do after this month. This month of October will tell us everything, and it starts Saturday. I mean, Texas keeps moving down.
Yeah.
They went from, they keep dropping. So, yeah, the pollsters, the pundits, they don't believe in Texas. And, you look at the numbers, they're not running it great. They're not throwing it great. But, man, what I've been saying all summer, all fall, if you got a defense, a punter, and a field goal kicker, you can make it. I mean, Ohio State in 2002 with Craig Krenzel at quarterback, that offense was terrible.
They weren't terrible. They had Maurice Claret.
Okay, they had Maurice Claret.
Yeah,
dude, it's not like he wasn't Bijan Robinson. He wasn't. I mean, he was good, but he wasn't. He wasn't Tony Dorsett. He wasn't Earl Campbell. He wasn't
Earl Campbell, but Maurice Claret was nice.
Okay, yeah.
I feel you. Craig Krenzel, yeah.
He had a lot going on. Maurice had a lot going on. He had a lot of family around him.
Yeah.
But Krenzel, he couldn't pass his way out of a phone booth. And in Ohio State, they hung together, played complementary football, and that's if Texas has to scratch and claw and first one to 21 wins, or if it's 13-9, which I think is my predicted score for the OU game.
Jeez.
I think those defenses are going to make life hell for the opposing quarterbacks.
How can you say that? We're not even watching the Florida game yet. What if Texas puts up 40 on Florida?
Okay.
That's a huge if.
I'll change my prediction.
Okay, all right.
As of right now, we saw Texas and Ohio State just crawling on glass to get points on the board. So let's see. Let's see.
Bijan Robinson says that Texas is going to put up 50.
Who said that?
Bijan Robinson. Oh, Kyle Pitts.
Well, if he was still playing.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts, he's going to be at the game because I guess Atlanta has a bye this week. And he posted something saying, I'll be at the game this Saturday, and tagged Bijan Robinson in the post on Instagram. And Bijan retweeted that and was like, yeah, we've got to put 50 on y'all. So that's nice little teammates bonding over their collegiate teams, battling it out in the big-time SEC matchup.
Yeah, first team to – I mean, the way that Vegas sees this game, the over-under is 41.5.
Yeah, I don't even know 20 is going to be put up on the board, Joe.
41.5.
I don't know if I'm still going back and forth on my score because 20, that sounds like a lot.
Okay, well, are you basing that on the rain? Are you basing that on
all of it? All the above. D, all the above. You know, A, Florida, their offense. B, Texas, their offense. C, the weather. D, all the above. D, that's what I'm basing it off of.
Yeah, look, if Wisner's like available, but they're still hesitant about
his touches,
then it gets tricky.
Yeah.
Because what we have not seen since the Ohio State game is consistency at the running back position. And we talk about it all the time. Running backs need reps. They need to see the defense. They need to see how teams are playing them. Yeah. Then they adjust their cuts, how they set up runs, all of that. And it's look, you got to make the most of your reps. If you're getting in for 2, 3, 4 plays or one series, and then the next guy's in, that's life. You gotta make the most of it. And if you're special, you're gonna make plays pretty much every time you get the ball, because that stuff jumps off. Barry Switzer said it. Darrell Royal said it. Is he a 3-play guy? When I turn on the film, am I gonna see in 3 plays that this dude is special? That's what you want. You need 3-play guys. Within 3 plays, if this dude is a problem. And I got to be keeping it real. Of the running backs we've seen since Wisner and Baxter went down, James Simon to me. How about you?
I don't know. I think I still need to see more. I think all 3 show flashes. I think Jared Gibson, his blocking numbers are so bad that I don't know what you do with that. And just knowing his fumbling history with possibly a wet ball on Saturday. Yeah, man. I don't know about Jared Gibson in this game. I want to believe. I hope he's had a good 2 weeks. Maybe he has. Maybe Chad Scott is out here. He's pressing all the right buttons. You know what I'm saying? To get Jared Gibson right to where he possibly could be the leading ball carrier. But we don't know. Christian Clark, I feel like he's still trying to figure it out. Remember, he's coming back from that Achilles injury. So he's trying to figure it out still, even though he showed flashes. James Simon looks good. He does, to what you're saying, Chip. But also, he's young. Is he ready for this moment? He's only a freshman. This is a big moment. First SEC game. This is a huge moment. So is he ready for all that? Especially against the defense, which front 4, even though they've had injuries, it's going to be tough. At the Swamp, it's going to be tough. So, and the offensive line ain't giving you no favors either. Like, if the offensive line was just money, then I'd feel a lot better about these backs, and vice versa. But that's just, it ain't there right now. So that really worries me. In the game where you might have to run the football, Texas just not having the ability to do that consistently could be an issue. And I understand why Vegas is what it is. I understand why a lot of people are picking Florida, even though I don't think that's the case. I get it. Like, Texas has some serious flaws that, if they're exploited, could be bad news for the Longhorns.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and then, you know, are they ready to get after it from a defensive standpoint where they're forcing, DJ Lagway to be one-dimensional and have to run, get him out of his comfort zone, start throwing those interceptions. That's when everybody's mind starts to change about a team. That's when they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, now we're seeing one side of the ball impose its will on the other side of the ball. That's looking like that's some gritty stuff. And this is interesting. And what's up, Mark? Naaman said Sark doesn't give his running backs enough reps to get into a rhythm. We can't tell who is who game to game. Give a back 15 carries and a half, or give them 2 series to get going. I mean, you saw James Simon get 17 carries in his first ever college game. Like, they got a pretty good sample size in some of these, what Sark called preseason games, which was
so disrespectful.
Be careful with that. If you're saying stuff like that, you're talking with confidence. And so I don't know if Sark's trying to talk this into existence, or he's seeing enough in practice now where he's like, okay, here we go. But look, if you're special, if you're a dude, you're gonna be able to show in 15 carries in a college football game if you're confident, comfortable. Like Jared Gibson last year, before the fumbling issues, kid was running downhill, and you're like, whoa, look at this.
Baby Rhino.
He also had 4 veteran offensive linemen who had a ton of reps. I mean, good God. Jake Majors started 57 games. He was the starting center for 5 seasons. This is the first time in 6 years that Texas has a different center other than Jake Majors. Like, that just doesn't happen. Now Alabama's got that guy, Parker Brailsford. He was at Washington. Now he's at Bama. He's the old, long in the tooth veteran stud. And that stuff matters. Having a super confident center. Anyone remember the OU center is playing for the Chiefs now? That dude, whose name escapes me for some stupid reason at the moment, but that dude's just flat nasty. And that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. You want to see nasty. I want to see guys finishing blocks. Like, I don't feel like I'm seeing that enough. Remember Kelvin Banks as a freshman running guys off the field? Like, that's what I want to see. I feel like I'm seeing it for like 1 or 2 yards, and then it's like they're turning around looking where the ball is. Like, no. If you've got that dude locked in, get him on his back, lean on him, make him smell your breath. Like, that's embarrassing for a defensive lineman to have to, push a guy up off of him, look, Kyle Flood knows what he's doing. It's tough getting 4 new starters, communicate, gel, take the right steps. Everything's happening fast. And thank goodness for Trevor Gooseby and DJ Campbell, because they're literally coaching guys through the play as it's unfolding. And
it's not good.
That's what Christian Jones did for DJ Campbell. And now they have to do it for these guys until they get comfortable. And when does that happen? Look, we've seen offensive lines go from here to here just since this season started. Like, they're saying that about Alabama's line. They're saying that about, some of these other teams that, okay, that offensive line is coming together now. I mean, it's got to happen week to week. So Texas has had a month since Ohio State. So let's see. Because this is a game, Florida's down. They don't have Caleb Banks. They don't have LJ McCray. They don't have some of their studs. They may play this game with 3 defensive tackles, and the 3rd defensive tackle is a freshman. To your point, Zay, about Florida could wear down. Like, this could be a dogfight, a 3-point, 7 Texas could be trailing into the 3rd quarter. And then that's where you impose your will. You lean on them. And Sark, I'll say this about Sark. He wants to run the football. He wanted to run the football against UTEP. That was the sad thing. Like, he came out and they couldn't on their terms. And I mean, everyone saw that and was like, uh-oh. I don't see UTEP at the top of the defensive rankings.
No.
You know what I mean?
Sometimes people are trying to say UTEP's defense is good. UTEP defense, they underrated. And I'm like, all right, guys. Whatever helps you sleep better at night, cool. But yeah, I'm with you, man. Sometimes this offensive line, they act like Charmin out there. Just a little soft.
Yeah. I mean, they're good at pass protection. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, we need to get Dan Neal on.
Yeah, hit up Danny. Danny Neal.
Let's see what he's doing.
Yeah, because we gotta have it broken down on what he's seeing and just why ain't it hitting? Like, where's the disconnect? Because you mentioned DJ Campbell and Trevor Gooseby. DJ Campbell, he needs to worry about himself because he's a part of the problem.
Right.
He has to be better. There's no excuse for him to be making the mistakes that he's making with all the reps under his belt. Like, that's someone that we came into this season thinking, okay, DJ Campbell, you came back. You had a contract year last year. It didn't go the way it could have. Maybe you put that on Cam Williams, and both of those guys just sometimes not being on the same page there. But either way, he came back so he could prove to these scouts, hey, all this athleticism, it's there. Now y'all going to see me dominate for my senior year so I could be a solid draft pick in 2026 upcoming draft. That hasn't been the case so far. It just hasn't. I don't know what that is, but he needs to get it rolling because that right side, the left side, Trevor Gooseby's doing his thing, but that right side, a little weak right now, Brandon Baker and DJ Campbell. They pick it up, then this Longhorns team, they'll be in good shape for the rest of the season, but that's a big-ass if.
Yeah. Well, Texas had 6 penalties against Ohio State, but they were all killers. And then against Sam Houston, and then remember they only had 1 penalty against one offensive penalty against UTEP, which was like even more frightening that they only scored 27 points and couldn't, really get it going. But against Sam Houston, they had 8 offensive penalties again. Now, they were able to blow right through it, no problem, against Sam Houston, because Sam Houston's terrible. And they're not going to be able to do that.
No.
They're not going to be able to do that. And you're right, Zay, I'm looking at it now, these penalties. You had Connor Robertson, holding, false start, first start of his career. You had Brandon Baker holding. You had Gooseby with a false start. Now, that was in the third quarter when things were out of hand. And then you had a receiver holding, in the fourth quarter when all the backups were in. But the false start, the holdings in the first quarter, they had an illegal formation in the second quarter. The holding call on Brandon Baker was in the second quarter. Like, that's what was going on against Ohio State. There were drive-killing penalties in the first part of the game. That can't happen. And for some stupid reason, Texas is better about handling the offensive penalties on the road than they are at home, which is mind-boggling.
I feel like that's been a thing since Steve Sarkisian's been at Texas.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. 78 yards a game in penalties.
It's awful.
It's awful.
126 in the nation. Again, there's only 130-something teams.
134.
34. What?
Yeah.
That's awful.
That's awful.
I got to be more disciplined than that. Like,
Right.
That's coaching. You got to be
It
more
is.
disciplined. Like,
Yep.
I get there's a lot of eye candy out there. Guys are moving all over the place. You got to be disciplined. Like, I don't know. Does Arch need to say the play slower? On two. I
hope not.
Like, look at guys on two. Like, is he not?
He should be able to. He should be able to say it however he wants it. Everybody understands it.
Louisiana twang. He could. He doesn't have that, so that shouldn't be something like I couldn't understand.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like Ed Orgeron.
Yeah.
What? The hell did you just say? What?
Look, come
Yeah,
on,
it's not like
man.
that. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
DJ Lagway, I don't know how he's going to be able to push the ball. Like, I really don't. And it's not like they don't got weapons. They got some good-looking dudes on that side, from the offensive side. Like Eugene Wilson III, he could play. Freshman Varnell Brown III, look out for him. Like Jack Bomeister, really boot that thing, bro, because that old Varnell Brown III, that dude could fly. So that's a guy, he might be their most talented player. I think Jaden Ball's their best player overall, but Varnell Brown, that dude could play. Hayden Henson, their tight end, that dude's 6'8". Like somebody that's struggling like DJ Lagway, you need just a big frame out there to try to get the ball to. So maybe he'll get involved a little bit more because he's a threat out there. Like, it's not like they don't have weapons. It's just, it's all been on their QB who, as we've seen, has struggled this season.
Yeah, and I think that's how people feel about Texas. That, well, Arch's got to snap out of it for the offense to really get going, and it's probably true. Honestly, I mean, if he gets in rhythm and he's confident, they're a different team. Let's bring in the man, national college football analyst, his college football overtime that comes out every weekend is an incredible recap of everything college football, the one and only hole-in-one Hummer, Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports. Hummer, how you doing?
What's up? Doing good, y'all. Doing good. Texas football's back this weekend. Big game.
Yeah, how about that? What do you think about those them Longhorns?
I think I'm excited to see what it looks like. I feel like we haven't. I mean, I was there for UTEP. It wasn't pretty, but like those 3 games that Texas just played don't really matter. Like I don't mean to say they don't matter necessarily, but they're not going to determine Texas' season. And this is the first real test for Texas since Ohio State. When you think about like talent, Texas should win. I expect Texas to win. I think that's a Florida team that's really banged up right now. Obviously, DJ Lagway and that offense haven't really looked the same either from what we expected. On paper, Texas should run away with it, but we've also seen Texas struggle considerably at times this year, and I'll be very curious to see how that offense especially looks like in that environment.
Well, I always like to get your take. What did you send in for your prediction? Texas minus 6.5 at the Swamp, Hummer.
I had Texas covering. I don't know if I feel great about it based on what we've seen earlier this year, but I think at the end of the day, Texas's defense is really, really good. And the way we've seen Florida play this year offensively, I think that's going to be a very difficult task for the Gators to move the ball and score points. And even if Texas's offense struggles, which is a real possibility against a defense that's playing really hard, I think Florida's going to have a hard time keeping up in this game. So I want Texas to win and cover.
What'd you think of the over-under 41.5?
I think that seems fair. Like if I'm envisioning a score in this game, I don't know what I picked exactly, but it would have been something like Texas 24, Florida 14 or something like that. Like I could definitely see this as a game that ends in the 40s or the 30s for the total, because until we see it, right, like we don't know with either one of these offenses. I don't know off the top of my head, but I would guess both offenses are probably ranked pretty low in terms of like yards per play and points per game right now. And I mean, both are coming off a bye and maybe it looks a lot different, but it's hard for me to bet on either one of those offenses to look better based on nothing I've seen.
Yeah, it seems like Billy Napier is digging his own coffin here, Hummer. And, Chip and I, we've been talking about it. Just kind of his logic when it comes to play calling has been odd the last 3 games against South Florida, LSU, and then Miami. You have a player like Jaden Ball who's almost averaging 6 yards a carry, yet he continues to throw the ball with DJ Lagway, who's had a plethora amount of injuries throughout his young career and might still be hurt. Why do you think this is? I feel like maybe it could change, but why has Billy Napier gone this route? What have you seen throughout these losses with Florida and just how their offense has really struggled?
Well, I think part of the issue is teams are loading up the box against Florida and basically daring them to throw. They're facing heavy boxes almost the entire time. And it's interesting too, because I think one thing that doesn't get talked about as enough with Florida's offense right now and the struggles it's having is DJ Lagway as a runner. We're just not seeing that as much as we did a year ago because he had a calf injury for most of the summer. And I think Florida was trying to protect him a little bit. But when you take that away from him and he's as inconsistent as he is with his mechanics and his passing right now, it puts Florida in a really tough position. And when you're facing heavy boxes the entire night, you can't really run the ball like you'd like to, and you have to stress the defense another way. And right now, the quarterback isn't making as many throws as you'd like. That's just kind of the reality of it. And I don't know, it puts Florida in a really tough spot. And in all fairness, I think Billy Napier as a play caller leaves a lot to be desired sometimes, especially on third downs. I think he's really, really good on first and second down, but sometimes in obvious passing situations, I think it's been, at least it's something several coaches have brought up to me, they're not as hard to defend as some other people in obvious passing situations. So I think those two things together have led to some of Florida's struggles.
Well, Florida, FYI, as I pull up their NCAA stats, is averaging 22 points per game. It's worst in the SEC. 98th in the country. They're 106th in rushing offense, 123 yards per game, and third down conversion, they're 122nd of 136 teams. Yikes. They're only converting third down 30 0.9%. You want to be, the elite teams are in the high 40s, 50% on third down conversion rate. So, in Hummer, I listen to Billy Napier's press conferences, and every week he gets asked if he's still calling the plays. And he says, yes. I mean, it's almost like, cross-examination from the prosecutor. You're still calling the plays. Is that right? Yes. Oh, I rest my case. I mean,
if you're Billy Napier, right? Like, and if your career is on the line and you feel like that's what you do well, like I have call plays too. I am not faulting Billy Napier for doing that. I would want to be in as much control as possible.
Right.
But I think, if you want to find a place to criticize Billy Napier, like a lot of people thought he should have went out and hired an offensive coordinator this offseason. He chose not to do so. I think he felt like the offense was going to be in a really good place with DJ Lagway coming back. If he was healthy, their receivers are supposed to be much better this year. Experienced offensive line. And you get the quarterback gets out of rhythm, and it kind of exposes some of your shortcomings as a play caller potentially. So it's a tough spot for Florida.
Yeah. Hummer, your thoughts on Alabama? Huge win against Georgia. I know they didn't score in the second half, but they made the big stops when they had to. Ty Simpson looks like he has complete control over Kalen DeBoer's offense and the respect of that team. Your thoughts on Alabama and also Georgia and where they go from here with that loss?
Yeah, so if I'm Alabama, I feel great for a lot of reasons. Like winning that game on the road is huge. I think you feel incredible about Ty Simpson. Obviously, it didn't go well to start the year, but Ty Simpson's looking like the quarterback I think a lot of people around that program thought he would be, which a lot of people around there thought he'd be an upgrade over Jalen Milroe because of what he can do within that offense. I'd be a little concerned about the rushing productivity. The offensive line is just okay, but the secondary for Alabama is really, really freaking good, and I think we saw that on Saturday. So if I'm Alabama, I feel much, much better, and I still feel like I'm a team that can make the playoffs if things go well. And if this team plays like that all year, they will make playoffs. For Georgia, to me, it comes down to the defense. This is just not the same defensive front and pass rush we've seen in years past. I'm sure Texas fans remember we were saying similar things about Georgia last year, and then they came into DKR and I think had 7 sacks. But this is the second year in a row where Georgia's pass rush just doesn't look like Georgia's pass rush. And they lost, I think, 3 first-rounders off that unit, like those edge rushers. They're just not getting home. My colleague Brandon Marcello had a stat the other day that Georgia's only had 4 tackles for loss all season. Like 4? That is a crazy stat. Like there are a lot of players nationally that have 4 on their own. And Georgia's team has 4. So it's just not the same group. And then when you couple that with the secondary that's been a little leaky this year, Georgia's defense starts to look normal. And as normal as Georgia's defense can look. There's freaks all over the place. But that's what Georgia has to fix. That defense has to start looking more like Georgia again.
Well, Hummer, Vanderbilt. They look like a complete team. They're playing defense. Pavia's playing at a high level. They're checking every box right now. They're playing with a ton of confidence. I think Alabama is on upset alert in Tuscaloosa, even after getting curb stomped by Vanderbilt in Nashville a year ago. Like the revenge factor should be with Alabama. Vanderbilt is like the honey badger with Diego Pavia. They don't give a flip. Give me your take on the Commodorables.
Isn't it hilarious, by the way, of all programs to have a face like Diego Pavia? It's Vanderbilt. Like,
right.
It is just like such an interesting pairing between those two. And like Clark Lee publicly and like Diego Pavia could not be more different in their personalities too. It's very fascinating. But yeah, Vanderbilt's playing really well. I think Vanderbilt is the epitome of a team that makes the most out of what it is, right? Like they don't make mistakes. They take advantage of every possession. They win the time of possession. They run the ball well. They convert third downs. If they don't get that, they convert fourth downs a lot of the times. They're going to win on special teams. And they just make they just make things so difficult for the opponent. There isn't a lot of margin for error when you're playing Vanderbilt. But what I will say going into that game is where I do worry for Vanderbilt is their offensive line. The metrics for Vanderbilt are exceptional across the board outside of their offensive line. That unit has been a question mark for them all year. Diego Pavia, I think, mitigates a lot of that because of what he can do as a runner and how he stresses defenses with kind of the option looks. He's so good at running. But Alabama should have a significant advantage up front defensively. We'll see if they can actually generate pressure in that way and win with 4 rushers, because we saw them get eaten alive last year and we saw them get eaten alive by Florida State. But yeah, Vanderbilt's going to stay in that game because they're so well coached and play so well.
What was your pick in that one?
I took the safe route, the scared route. I picked Vanderbilt to cover, but Alabama to win.
I mean, I don't think that's the scared route. I think that's the smart route.
I like it.
Yeah.
I would put my money where my mouth is, but as Texans, we just don't have access to it, unfortunately.
Hummer, your thoughts on the Aggies? Just a real grimy, ugly win against Auburn the other day. And Mike Elko, he kind of went, Brian Kelly on the media was like, can we be positive? Like, we won an SEC game.
Wait, did he really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
he went after some media member. It wasn't as animated as Brian Kelly, but he went on his own little rant about trying to stay positive with his team that got another victory. But again, it was ugly. Now they got Mississippi State, which Mississippi State gave Tennessee everything they could handle coming off of that loss Saturday. How do you think this game is going to go? And can Mississippi State, like I asked you last week about Tennessee, can Mississippi State maybe upset Texas A&M?
I could see it. I wouldn't pick it for sure. I think Mississippi State's really good this year, much better this year, I should say. But I think a lot of the magic for Mississippi State, especially early, has been at home, and this is in a much different environment in College Station. And I mean, if I was an A&M fan, I'd be thrilled, right? Like, I think if there was a concern for A&M earlier this season, it was the defense, and that defense showed up in a huge way against Auburn. And the offense was like, it didn't convert, but they moved the ball against Auburn. So I would love to know what the question was about in terms of Mike Elko. But yeah, I mean, I could see an upset happening. I'm not picking it. What's the line right now? Is it like 13 and a half?
It is.
I see 14 and a half.
14 and a half. Okay. Well, I'll pick Mississippi State to cover the 2 touchdowns. Like if it would have been 13 and a half, I probably would have went with A&M. You give me 14 and a half, I'll go with Mississippi State there. But I think A&M is the better team, and I would be surprised if an upset occurred in that situation. I think there's a real good possibility A&M is 7-0 going into a late October game against LSU.
Woo! Auburn, Hummer, Hugh Freeze bet on Peyton Thorne. That was horrible. He's betting on Jackson Arnold. It's not working. I mean, do you see any turnaround for Auburn, or does this feel like it's like he's the next SEC head coach to be relieved of his duties?
Y'all got me?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just cut off for a second there. But yeah, I mean, like if you're thinking about the dial on the stove, right? 1 to 10, right? You're boiling water. Like Hugh Freeze started the season at like a 5. And it got down to like a 2 or a 3 after beating Baylor and starting out 3-0. And I think that thing is starting to crank right back up to around 5 or 6. And if he continues like this, it's going to be a lot warmer over there. Water's going to start to boil. And I agree, Chip, right? Like you needed to hit on Jackson Arnold. You needed to hit on the offensive lineman you took to protect him. That offensive line has been a disaster the last 2 weeks. I think it's given up. I want to say the last 2 weeks, it's given up a combined 15 or 16 sacks. That's one of the two. Over 20 tackles for loss. It's clear that offense with some of the best receivers in the SEC can't consistently stretch the field because of Jackson Arnold. I think he's a good college passer, but a limited one. And when you put that much investment in Jackson Arnold in that offensive line and it's coming up bust, you're going to be in trouble. And I mean, Hugh Freeze better win some of these games down the stretch, and it doesn't get any easier. I think they got Georgia and Missouri back to back, and I think those are two of the 12 or 15 best teams in America.
Yeah. How about your thoughts on the Oregon-Penn State game? I mean, Chip had Oregon. I had Penn State. Of course, I tried to believe in James Franklin and Drew Aller, but they seem to just do what they always do. But how good is Oregon, and what does this mean for both teams, or Penn State and Oregon?
I was right there with you, Zay. I also picked Penn State. Feel a little silly coming out of that one. I thought I was going to get me a classic backdoor cover, but Drew Aller threw a bad pick. Yeah, if I'm an Oregon fan, I feel great. I think I mentioned this when we talked last week. If there was a question mark for me with Oregon, it was up front. And talking to some people in college football, I think they would have pointed to the lines of scrimmage as the area for Oregon that you would question. They're one of the fastest teams in the country without any question. They've got a DT on their roster that goes 21 on the GPS. Like it's not 29.
Dang.
Yeah, it's nuts. And like Decorian Moore is a 10-5 guy. They've got another receiver who's a 10-5 guy. There's just speed everywhere on that roster. But like they had to rework their offensive line, their defensive line, other than young concrete, Mateo Uilongale doesn't have any real superstars. So you had questions about both units going into that game. And Oregon, frankly, dominated up front on both lines of scrimmage, didn't allow a sack, had pressure in Drew Aller's face most of the day, was able to run the ball comfortably if you're Oregon. On the road in that environment, if you can do that there, you can do that against anyone. And I think Oregon firmly established itself as a national title contender. And going into the week, I had questions about whether that was the reality.
Well, Hummer, I'm looking at, Indiana. Man, Fernando Mendoza, he struggled, but he pulled it out at Iowa. Are you buying stock like crazy in Indiana? They're off this week, I think. But
yeah, they got Oregon next week.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Indiana?
Well, after what they did to Illinois, I was buying stock like crazy. Now I'm probably going to reduce my position a little bit because what I was worried about happened when they go up against better defensive talent. They aren't as effective. I mean, gives Curt Cignetti credit. His offense is really efficient. It's a lot of short throws, a lot of RPO-based stuff. It's stuff that really cuts you up against inferior competition, but against some of the better teams, it doesn't work quite as well. And I do wonder what that looks like against some of the better teams. Indiana still has to play Oregon, and they still have to play Penn State this year. Do I think they could split those games? Sure. Like, absolutely. But I have to see it to believe it, I think, at this point, despite what they did to Illinois. So if Indiana can beat Oregon or Penn State in one of those two games, both of which are on the road, like Indiana, absolutely buy all you want. I think they're a legitimate contender if that's the case. But if they go in there and that offense looks really uncomfortable again, like it did against Iowa, not as bullish on the Hoosiers.
Why is Iowa State they're getting 1.5 at Cincinnati. Cincinnati is favored to beat Iowa State by 1.5 at 11 a.m. What don't I know about Cincinnati?
Cincinnati's good, man. Like really good. Like they've done a really nice job in the portal and bringing in talent. I think their personnel staff there does as good of a job as anybody in the country, frankly. Like Brennan Sorsby, an Indiana transfer himself, he predated Curt Cignetti, is one of the probably 10 or so best quarterbacks in the country, in my opinion, at least. They have several draft picks on that roster. Their middle linebacker, Jake Goldie, I think is one of the freakier athletes in the entire country. If there's an area of weakness for Cincinnati, and it's a pretty obvious one, it's the secondary. I think they're like 130th nationally in terms of like opposing passer rating. That's not really Iowa State's game. Like Rocco Becht is really good, but they're not going to open it up offensively. That's just not the style they play. So can Iowa State take enough of advantage of that? I don't know. I picked Cincinnati here. I think they win at home. I like the Bearcats. I think that offense is going to score no matter what. And that defense just has to do enough to keep Cincinnati in the game. But yeah, I mean, Cincinnati's win over Kansas was a really big one. I don't know how much of that y'all watched, if any, like during a bye week, but Jalen Daniels was balling his. Can we curse on here? Probably not.
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's balling his ass off. Like Jalen Daniels was playing incredible, and Cincinnati took that game at the end because they just kept scoring. And I was very impressed coming out of the game with Cincinnati. And I mean, if you go back to even week 1, Cincinnati should have beat Nebraska with the way it played. It outplayed Nebraska that Saturday. So I think that Cincinnati roster is a lot better than people give it credit for.
That's why we love talking to Hummer. He's going to break it down for you.
That's right. Yeah. Hummer, Florida State versus Miami. Florida State, man, that was a tough one last Friday against Virginia. This isn't the team to really bounce back from with the way Miami is playing. How do you think this one's going to go?
It's tough for me. Like, this is a tough game for me to really think about. I picked Miami. I feel decently about it. I think the line is, 4.5? Like, it's around there.
4.5.
Yeah, that's
Miami
right in the, that's right in the
4.5.
Vegas. It's the Vegas zone right there. I don't love that. Like, I don't really know what I would do with it if I was a better. I think Miami's a little better. I think Miami's the big advantage for Miami in this game to me is the line of scrimmage. Miami has the best offensive line in college football. Miami has the best player in college football, maybe, in Ruben Bain, their edge rusher, like legitimately real difference maker. And Florida State is much better this year, but their offensive line is just okay. Like, it's good. It's solid. And their defensive line hasn't really figured out a way to generate pressure this year. And against a team like Miami, I think that could put you in a really tough spot. We do see Mario Cristobal coach his way in knots at times. Even that Florida game that Miami won, I think Miami should have won by a lot more. There were just so many situations where Mario Cristobal was conservative and chose to punt when he didn't need to, and he could have just gone for it. So maybe some coaching stuff keeps Florida State in this game a little longer. But I think we saw against Virginia last week that the Florida State secondary and the defensive line like really struggle to generate pressure sometimes, which Miami should be able to take advantage of.
Is Miami the best team in the country?
I have Ohio State as my number 1 team in the country. I had Miami second and Oregon third. So they're close. But I would still bet on the Buckeyes against both those teams in a straight up game for sure.
Why is that, Hummer? What has Ohio State shown you the first 4 games of the year that makes you make that decision?
They don't have a weakness. I thought their weakness would be defensive line. Texas saw what that looked like in week 1. That defensive line has been better than I would have anticipated. That defense has been even better than I thought it would be post Jim Knowles. And yeah, I mean, like, would you like to see a little bit more from that offense at times? Sure. But like, I'm not going to bet against that receiving group. Julian Sands played really well. He's not super mobile, but I think he does enough. That offensive line is good. And I don't think they have a lot of holes. Like, I have questions about Texas. I have questions about Oregon. I have questions about Alabama. I have questions about Georgia. I don't really have a lot of questions about Ohio State. And I can't say that about any of the other contenders.
So your question about Georgia is the secondary.
And the pass rush, yeah.
And the pass rush. Your question about Oregon is?
Well, I will say it was the defensive line, the offensive line going the week. It's lessened now, but I do wonder for a really inexperienced wide receiver room and a really inexperienced quarterback what that looks like throughout the whole season. But I don't have a lot of questions about Oregon coming out of that game either.
Yeah. Who gets the Arkansas job?
I think it's too early to say. I don't know. I see Chris CB in the comment section asking about John Gruden. I don't know if it'll be John Gruden. But like I will say, John Gruden wants back in, and I think some schools will listen. I will say that. If I'm thinking about candidates for Arkansas, Rhett Lashley is the first guy that comes to mind, but I don't really know if he wants that job at this point in his career. Gus Malzahn could come up, but I don't know if he wants to be a head coach at this point in his career. And then you go to a list of guys that looks like the G.J. Kinney, Jeff Traylor. Ryan Silverfield at Memphis. You look at a candidate pool sort of like that. Barry Odom at Purdue, maybe. Bobby Petrino, like depending on how this like next couple months and weeks goes. I think it's too early to say who gets that job, but those are some of the guys you're going to hear come up quite a bit.
What are your thoughts on John Gruden wanting to coach the college game, Hummer? Because we know, like you've seen him with Barstool and stuff, the guy's always had personality. But in this era of college football where guys are getting paid and the transfer portal is what it is, how can John Gruden adapt to what college football is here in 2025 moving forward?
Well, I'll give you a positive and a negative. One, depending on the fan base and the booster base, I think John Gruden can be a really effective revenue generator for a program with his personality. He can put butts in the seats. He can glad hands. I think what he does fares better in some parts of the country than others. Trying to put that politely. But
after the emails, right?
Correct.
Oh, that's funny.
Correct. I think some schools will care more about that than others too. But like he is a guy who can bring excitement to a program. He is a guy that's going to generate revenue. He is a guy that has won a lot of games. What I would question is the man hasn't coached football since 2021. He hasn't coached in college since 1989 when he was at Pacific University. I'm reading his Wikipedia page right now. And he famously has a very complicated system and makes things very there's a lot of terminology quarterbacks have to learn. And I don't know how well that translates to college. I don't think I would make that hire if I was an athletic director. I really wouldn't. But revenue kind of trumps all in college football at times. And there are teams that are going to be desperate and will lend their ear to John Gruden's pitch. I feel pretty good about saying that.
Hummer, Texas Tech. They're going to play Houston Saturday at 6:00 on ESPN.
Who they starting, Hummer?
Oh, it's Brennan Morton. I didn't even know that was a question. Yeah.
Oh man, the Hutto Hippos already on the sidelines.
Yeah, wait. Sorry, I'm also looking at CB's comment. More complicated than Sark's system. I think Sark makes things pretty friendly on his quarterbacks in college, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I think long-term Hammond will be the guy, but Brennan Morton's not going to lose his job to injury.
Texas Tech. You like them to cover at Houston by 11.5?
I do. I think Texas Tech's I think Houston's been a really great story earlier this year. They're much better in year 2 under Willie Fritz, but that offense still isn't quite where you'd like it to be. You're going to have to score to beat Texas Tech. And frankly, as well as Texas Tech's defense is playing, like Texas Tech might not have to score a ton, like to cover in that game. I think that'll be a really great environment in Houston. Two teams that are familiar with each other, two fan bases that are familiar with each other. But I think Texas Tech's one of the 10 best programs in the country, and that's the type of game you cover in on the road.
Last one for me.
Win, great teams cover.
Facts.
Yeah. Last one for me, Hummer. Now that we're on the first day of October, who's your Heisman Trophy winner?
It's funny. We did a straw poll over at CBS this week, like our September Heisman. I went with the lamest option, which is Dante Moore, but I think he's been the best quarterback in America so far this year. I think there are way more fun answers you could have, like Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss, Ahmad Hardy at Missouri.
Pavia.
Guys. What's up?
Diego.
And Diego Pavia. I think these are all much more fun answers than what I put out there, but I think maybe it's recency bias, but as well as Dante Moore played on Saturday, as well as Oregon's playing right now, I have to go with him. And I think it's important to remember Oregon really only returned one offensive starter this year. It was going to be 2, and then Evan Stewart tore his ACL this summer. So Dante Moore had very little experience around him, and they're still putting up points in bunches.
Last one from me, Hummer. Missouri. Bo Prabula. Penn State picked the wrong damn quarterback. What do you think of Missouri? What's real about them and what's not?
I think Missouri's legit. I think Missouri has one of the best defensive lines in college football, like top to bottom. I really wish, speaking of picking the wrong person, I bet Georgia would love Damon Wilson right about now. Star transfer that went to Missouri. Like Damon Wilson, they didn't want to lose him, in fairness, but like really good. I think Missouri's got one of the best offensive lines in the SEC. I think Bo Pribula is really special as a runner and what he can do. I think he's a guy that could climb up draft boards as the season goes along if he keeps playing like this. And I'm very bullish on Missouri. The only time they've even really given up points this year is to Kansas, and Kansas scores on everyone. That's just what Jalen Daniels and that offense that Lance Leipold runs and Jim Zabrowski, their offensive coordinator, does. They're going to score on anybody. But I'm very bullish on Missouri, and I know people have Alabama on upset or alert this week against Vanderbilt, but like Alabama gets Missouri next week on the road, and I think that is a more dangerous game for Alabama, to be frank.
Yeah, Missouri gets A&M at home. I mean, their road games remaining are at Auburn, at Vanderbilt, at OU, at Arkansas. And Missouri.
They have arguably the easiest SEC schedule, arguably.
Yeah.
On the short list.
Yeah, they don't play Georgia, LSU, Texas. Okay. Hummer, great stuff, my man. Any other, what can we direct people to that you have just put out hot off the press?
Heisman thing yesterday. I got a couple stories coming out this week. If y'all are interested in how teams mitigate revenue sharing agreements when a player sits out during the middle of the season. Have something coming on that soon. Have something on Maryland. Maryland has played as many true freshmen as the rest of the Big Ten combined when you consider players that are playing over 100 snaps, which is crazy. Mike Locksley had some really interesting things to say about that. So check that out on CBS later this week.
Cool.
Chris_Hummer. We call him Hole-in-One Hummer. Hummer, always enjoy the conversation. Let's do it again next week.
Absolutely, guys. Look forward to it.
Appreciate you.
Right. There he is. Good stuff from Hole-in-One Hummer, CBS 24/7 Sports. And Hummer just put out one of the so they're comparing Drew Aller and Nico Iamaleava.
Oh, man.
And Iamaleava's QBR is 76th. Aller's is 88th. Iamaleava's PFF grade is 74.8. Aller's is 71.2. Turnover-worthy throws. Iamaleava 1.2%. Aller 3%.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't like piling on. It's you know, Franklin, you're tied to the quarterback. You are tied to the quarterback. And look at Clark Lee. Guy rolled the dice. He goes and brings in all of New Mexico State's coaching staff with Diego Pavia. Vanderbilt these are going to be the two best years of Clark Lee's life unless he can go find another 26-year-old gangsta to play quarterback.
Oh, they're out there. Hell, Lane Kiffin just found Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah.
They're out there. You just got to go look.
Right. And look, with prices going up, now these high-level coaches are having to really evaluate guys. You know, that's where guys like Art Briles were amazing. Art Briles never missed on a quarterback. That guy always had the right guy ready to go. It was amazing how he could evaluate. You know, no one was recruiting Robert RG3, and some of them were like, you want to play, like Texas was like, you want to play defensive back? I mean, Arbrile's like, you're my guy. You're my guy. And by God, they turned the program around together. RG3 won the Heisman, for God's sake. You're tied to the quarterback. You have to get that right. And that's why this game Saturday between Texas and Florida is so fascinating, because, Sark's got a guy who can do some special things, but that stuff needs to start happening. Otherwise, it just gets that, like, he quieted the noise. Arch quieted the noise for 2 weeks by beating the crap out of one of the worst teams in FBS. Now, everyone's back. They're like, okay, which of these struggling quarterbacks is going to come out of their dark place? And, I mean, it's fascinating. And if Sark is, the offensive guru, the quarterback whisperer, and I think Sark does a good job of getting his quarterbacks comfortable and getting them in rhythm, sometimes at a detriment. Like sometimes when they're running it well in the first quarter, just keep running it. Worry about getting your quarterback in rhythm later.
Yeah. He can go throw on the sideline when the defense is on the field. You want to keep him comfortable, he can go throw on the sideline. Keep that on.
Right. Go out in the parking lot.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Go in the tunnel. Go in the locker room. The hell? Run the freaking football. Run the freaking football.
Run the ball. Run the dang ball.
So beautiful. If they racked up over 200 yards rushing, I don't care who gets it. Spread it out. We could have a big play. Everybody get their spoon and forks out. Get the knife. James Simon, Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, hopefully Katravian Wisner. Everybody get a fork. We can all eat off the same plate as long as we're eating.
The Gum Bros.
Yeah, man. As long as we're eating, I'm cool with that. 200 yards rushing. Oh, man. In this game, that'd be so pretty. That'd be so pretty. I don't know if this team is capable of that. I'm not banking on it. But in another universe, hey, man, we've seen a lot.
Another universe?
Yeah, we've seen a lot weirder things happen. Why
not?
Need to
happen in this universe.
I would love that. I would love if Kyle Flood and Chad Scott earned that paper that they were getting this week. That'd be beautiful. Maybe Chad Scott and Kyle Flood ain't hanging out enough. Like they need like dinners together where they just talk football for hours.
Right. Do some steps together in the stadium.
Yeah, like you remember what we were hearing in the offseason when Pete Kwiatkowski and Dwayne Akina were up in the room and Sark was like, damn, y'all MF is still here?
Right.
Like I need that with Chad Scott and Kyle Flood. Both of those guys, they need to get on the same page because something's not there. There is a disconnect from both of their position groups. And Chad Scott's defense, if Katravian Wisner or CJ Baxter were healthy, he might not be able to say that. But Kyle Flood doesn't have that luxury of blaming injuries on the lack of production that we're seeing from the offensive line. They got to get that together, man.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be there could be some hard decisions to make on Saturday. Like if Cole Hudson's struggling with the turf toe or something, you may have to bring in Connor Robertson. If I don't think anyone's done a good enough job yet except for Trevor Gooseby, to have a job locked down. Because it's just weird and
that's sad that you're even saying that about DJ Campbell because he's been the starter for the last 2 years.
Right.
That's why I keep, DJ Campbell, I do not mean to keep riding on you, bro, but that's how good that you can be. Like, that's what these people expect from you. For you to be top tier, for all that experience to come into play. You're a senior, bro.
Well, and this is a great example of how the quarterback gets annihilated. DJ Campbell was the number 1 offensive line recruit in the country in 2022, higher than Kelvin Banks. DJ Campbell, and did not start. It was Cole Hudson who started at right guard the whole freshman year. They came in together. Cole Hudson started every game at right guard. Then, starting in 23, DJ Campbell has been the starter. And they were still rotating him and Cole Hudson last year. And so, Arch Manning's the number 1 quarterback recruit. Everybody's all over him. DJ Campbell got to kind of make his mistakes and, ride this roller coaster to where he is now. And then you look at where he is now and, just Pro Football Focus grade 69.6. That's below average. Trevor Goosby's 80. None of the offensive linemen for Texas are at 70 or higher overall. Nick Brooks he's only played 25 snaps. And Nick Brooks, I don't know, maybe he needs more snaps. I mean, Brandon Baker, his overall PFF grade right now is 57.7.
Jeez.
His pass blocking grade is 68, which is just below, average. And his run blocking grade is 61.7.
That's not it.
As we mentioned, Connor Stroh's run blocking grade, 47.4.
Connor, come on.
So it's like
dog.
You're getting, Connor Stroh's pass blocking grade is a 76.9. That's like that's like the hot crazy chart. I mean, you're smoking hot, but you're crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what are you willing to put up with? What are you willing to, I don't know. Because these guys have been in the program. They've been in the program.
Yeah.
I mean,
you basically calling this offensive line Doja Cat. Smoking hot, but crazy as hell.
Well, look at like Nate Kibble. Nate Kibble has an 80.3 pass blocking grade. I need to see more Nate Kibble. Let me see a little more Nate Kibble.
Where would you put him? Who would you for?
I would give him a look at. I'd give him a look at left guard.
Left guard.
Him and Neto. We've talked about Neto being a guy who has one bad play and it lets it carry over to the next, and which is sad because he's a senior. He's been here 4 years. And, he's waited all this time for his opportunity. And then he's played 73 snaps. Connor Stroh's played 220. Nate Kibble's played 35, but I need to see a little more Nate Kibble. And we heard Steve Sarkisian mention his name. So maybe we do see a little more Nate Kibble. But you got to figure this stuff out because you're in SEC play now. Like this stuff needed to be figured out because you can't be, you want synchronicity between 5 guys. They need to be hanging out together all the time. Those 5 guys who are going to be playing so they get their communication. All right, let's get some mentions here. Let's get to the commentary. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, Sleep Cycle Center. Dr. Chad Denman, he's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea. And if you snore, you know who you are. There's a chance you have sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is when you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping and you're waking yourself up. You're not getting into deep sleep. You're waking up tired. You're waking up cranky. You're irritable. That's no way to go through life. And here's the thing. You can do something about it. And thanks to our partnership with Sleep Cycle Center and Texas Sports Unfiltered, you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You're going to get $100 off your sleep study. Practically giving it away. Because Dr. Chad, whose dad died of sleep apnea at the age of 60, wants to make sure that no one else suffers like he did. So he's got the best technology to measure your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options. From oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open when I'm sleeping so I get that oxygen, to surgery. Guys, do it for you. Do it for the person sleeping next to you. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And listen, cover 3. We got MLB playoffs going. My Detroit Tigers just got annihilated. Now it'll come down to game 3. But cover 3 is your spot. You got baseball, you got football on Thursday, you got all weekend. If you're not going to Gainesville, make your reservations now to watch Texas and Florida at cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock. Great food, great service, great vibe. And don't forget about brunch on the weekends. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, the breakfast, quesadilla, which I love. Cover 3, baby. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. In Austin, Texas, it is Audiovisual Consultations, our man Tom McKay. Look, he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't even need to go shopping around. Just call 255-8678. 255-8678. Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All right, Zay. My Detroit Tigers got totally smashed by the Cleveland Guardians. Cleveland scored a bunch of runs in the 8th inning and won 6-1. So now we're down to the nitty gritty. We're going to find out what, obviously the Guardians won the division. But the Tigers were in total control of the division all season long. It was so impressive, and now it is so depressive. So the AL Central will come down to this. It'll come down to Detroit at Cleveland tomorrow at noon. Jack Flaherty versus Slade Ciccone. I don't know if I can take this anymore. I've been trying to just not get all fired up watching that 15-game lead disappear and just, what the hell is going on up there? Get Amon-Ra St. Brown out there. It's something. Just, I don't even know what to say because I love AJ Hinch. I love what the Tigers have done the last 2 years, but it just seems like if Scooble's not out there on the mound, they find ways to lose games. And it was 1-1, and then it was 6-1 in the 8th inning. So
quick. It's quick.
Yeah. For our baseball fans out there, you got the Red Sox and Yankees, baby. Boston leads that series 1-0. They're in New York. And your Cincinnati Reds are down 1-0 against the Dodgers.
All right.
So
it's all right.
See how that goes.
Let's go
all
Reds.
Right. Get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's go. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, the best in the business, family owned and operated for over 100 years. Can you believe that? 100 years of just taken over the car market in Central Texas area. And the reason why it's been over 100 years is because they're the best in the biz. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. The team at Covert Bee Cave, they will take care of you. The hospitality, immaculate. When you go in there, you don't feel like, oh, these aren't those crazy, sleazy car salesmen. Like, they're going to work with you, whatever your budget is, whatever you have in mind, whether it's a crossover, SUV, truck, car, doesn't matter. Covert Bee Cave, they will take care of you. Trust me, I know from my own experience. My wife, she wanted a crossover. We went in there. She told them. They said, we got something for you, Miss Collier. Buick Encore GX. We went home with it. We absolutely love it. And hey, how could you not? It's just everything. 2024 edition. It is clean as hell. And you could be like my wife and I. So just go over to covertbcave.com. See if they have specials inventory. They will take care of you. And yeah, Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, the rest of the crew, all those guys, they are absolutely terrific. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So I'm going to take you back to this past Sunday because the Jags beat the 49ers in an interesting contest. And, you know, sometimes things could get a little heated after the game, but usually it's between players, not coaches. First-year coach for the Jaguars, Liam Cohen, and new defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers, Robert Saleh, got into a little chitter chatter after the game that, of course, everybody has phones nowadays, was caught on film. Check it out.
Okay, so Saleh was hugging a Jacksonville player, and then Liam Cohen hears him say something, and he's like, leave my name out of your mouth.
Yeah, Liam Cohen, Robert Saleh will beat your ass, boy. You better relax. You better chill. That was one of those, like, and nothing's really gonna pop off, so you feel like you could say everything, like someone's far away and you got a lot of people in between you that aren't gonna let you be put in those uncomfortable situations.
Let me at him. Let me at
Liam Cohen, you don't want that smoke. Robert Saleh will cut you. Robert Saleh, that's not one of those dudes you want to be in a dark alley with by any means. Like Liam Cohen, I bet you he's tough himself, but Robert Saleh, that's a different type of tough, man. And yeah, Liam Cohen said, keep my name out your mouth. So I'm all about that. You know what I'm saying? Coaches could get rowdy too. Coaches could be about it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I appreciate that, but also, Liam Cohen, be careful, bro. You got lucky that day. Like Robert Saleh, he ain't going to forget. He's not going to jeopardize his career either, which Liam Cohen knew that. But yeah, man, I just say be careful. San Francisco, Jacksonville, they won't play each other for the next 4 years because AFC, NFC. But yeah, I appreciated that from both sides. All right. Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, he just got announced the starter. My man Joe Flacco, it seems like this is it for Flacco. Great career, bro, but you should not come back for 2026. Dylan Gabriel, it's now his job. Shedeur Sanders was asked about it today, and one of the oddest interviews you're ever going to see. Shedeur Sanders, this is how he responded to the news that Dylan Gabriel, former Oklahoma quarterback, is now starting for the Cleveland Browns.
Vocally, anything to say about?
Enjoying yourself and having fun.
That's what more. That's what do you think? That's the show. Okay.
So you're probably wondering, especially the folks on the app, Zay, are you playing anything? You could kind of hear the questions being asked, but Shedeur Sanders, he's making movements with his mouth, but he's not saying anything. Like he's acting like a mime. Like
Yeah, he's mouthing words, but he's not saying anything.
he's not saying anything. Apparently, this is an FU to Rex Ryan, who I guess bashed Shedeur Sanders for something. And
For
this
talking,
is
probably.
yeah, for talking, I guess. So this is Shedeur Sanders throwing a middle finger up to Rex Ryan. I don't think this is the way Shedeur should go. Personally, with everything that he's been through, I think Rex Ryan does have a point because the more that life goes on, you're starting to hear more about Shedeur Sanders. You know, he declined to get drafted by Baltimore because he didn't want to back up Lamar Jackson, which I get it. You know, if you feel like you're a starter in this league, then why would you want to go somewhere where it seems like Lamar is going to play for the next 5 to 8 years? But also, you're not that good. So we don't know that. You might as well take what you could get. Now you're at the end of the depth chart here in Cleveland. They ask you about Dylan Gabriel, and instead of saying the right thing, he does this. It's like, come on, bro. You're smarter than that. All these things that you've gone through in your young career. Like, daddy can't save you all the time. All you
You're
have
the
to say
face
is
of the franchise. As the quarterback, you got to fake it, man. You got to fake it and play the game and then go be what you are with your teammates out on the field.
Yeah, like some of y'all's wives out there. You got to fake it.
What you mean?
I don't got their problems, you know what I'm saying? But some of y'all out there, y'all might got some of them problems, but it's cool. She keeping a happy home. Fake that thing, Shedeur. Say, I'm going to support Dylan. Whatever he needs from me, whatever this team needs from me, I'm going to be there. I'm going to come to work every day. If that means scout team, second team, first team, I'm going to prepare like a pro. Bam, end the question. Bam, that's it. That's all you got to say. You don't have to believe it, but at least say it. At least let people think that your mind's in the right place.
Right. He just became a distraction. He just became a distraction as the Browns are trying to move forward. And
that's it.
Now everyone is going to run around the locker room and go, hey, man, what do you think of Shedeur? And his teammates are going to be like, that dude's not even playing. Why are we talking about him?
Yeah, I could tell by the way his braids are. He don't care. He don't care. You see his braids, man. This braids like unacceptable.
I go
them nappy ass braids, man. What are we doing?
I'll take your word on that. I mean, this guy, and you know, they were back at Colorado the other week, and Hunter is signing autographs and he's taking pictures, and Shedeur's got his back to the fans. I mean, and are they really going to put Shedeur's name up in the stadium there? I know that was on the table. I mean, yes, you're putting Travis Hunter's name up in the stadium. The dude won the Heisman Trophy and played average of 120 snaps a game while winning it. But Shedeur, you just want him to get it.
Yeah.
Get it. You know, you're not your dad. Your dad said a lot of things that may or may not have helped you. You got to be your own man now. You know, you're in the business world. That locker room will eat you alive. And the only thing he's got going for him is Jimmy Haslam. And that's a big thing because he's the owner. Jimmy's the one who wanted him drafted. The coaches didn't. So let's bring in the fellas. Let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt. What up,
guys?
fellas?
What's going on, man?
How we doing?
doing good.
You sound
Low.
muffled.
I don't know where. There we are.
There we are.
There we
those
go.
mics-
We figured it out.
mics
Yeah,
going.
Yeah. No, I mean, this goes back to Dion was on with the Kelsey brothers and said the reason he didn't want to let Shedeur go to Baltimore because Baltimore called and was like, we'll take him as a backup. And he said, I never learned anything sitting on the bench. And we're like, hey, that's the worst advice for 99% of the people in the world. There's people like you, Dion, and then there's 99.9% of the rest of us. And that is awful advice for all of the rest of us. And I think your son is taking your advice. He's not
he is.
damn thing on the bench. And that's why he's not going to play for the Browns. Because right now, the coaches would rather be fired than put him in a game. That's where we're at, aren't we?
I mean,
We're a week or two away from that.
Right.
When Dylan Gabriel's bad,
we're getting real close.
like if you're saying I'd rather lose my job, millions of dollars I will lose rather than put in this arrogant brat who's not doing the work. That's crazy because it tells you it's more than just he's not the best guy.
And the crazy thing is Jimmy has been through this before.
Yeah.
He's the fool that drafted Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. I mean, well, he's been through it. Dylan Gabriel's their 41st quarterback in like this string of not being able to find a starter, which is an insane number.
Wild.
Oh, it's insane. But yeah, Shedeur coming out today with that stuff is well, the media is going to twist my words anyway, so I just won't say anything. Okay, you're third string. You're behind Joe Flacco. You didn't move up. Joe Flacco got benched and you stayed third. That's a problem. Also, if you would have gone to Baltimore, you'd be playing this week. Again, Lamar's probably out. You would have been playing before you went to the Browns. Just saying, maybe you don't know everything.
Yeah, but he never learned. You know, his dad never learned anything from the bench. His dad never saw the bench.
No, and he shouldn't have. He was great.
Right.
Travis Hunter shouldn't see the bench either.
I think Cleveland needs a complete organizational reset like the Washington Commanders. That's the only way it's going to get fixed. It's the only way.
Yeah, pretty much. Or LeBron James, they get their own LeBron James because that's all that ever saved the Cavs.
All right, fellas.
I'll be locked in
Tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And of course, you can also join us on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Matt, you happy coming in here on a Wednesday afternoon? We're going to get to your all 22 here in just a minute, but you having a good week so far? We get to Wednesday.
I was having a great week until I was forced to watch the Florida passing offense. My goodness, it is a disgrace, Patrick. It's not just DJ Lagway that's bad.
Okay. All right. We're going to show you that here in a few minutes. We've also got to get to Texas and their offense, the Heisman, our NFL power rankings later on in the show. Lots of good stuff to get to today on the show. But yeah, that Shedeur Standard stuff it's just like every day now that we get another thing. He is somehow the most like no one wants to talk to Dylan Gabriel because Gabriel gives like decent advice or decent things. And like Dylan Gabriel, I think the quote I read of his was, it's not Joe Flacco's job to mentor us. His is to win games. My job is to ask questions and learn from him. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, that's a good head on your shoulders, young man. That's nice how you say that.
What did Shedeur say again? I missed it.
Nothing. He they asked him questions today, and he mouthed words without saying anything.
Huh?
The message that he was sending was the media will spin my words and contort anything I say into their own narrative anyway to make me look bad. So I just won't say anything, and I'll save you the trouble. And like, they're not AIing your voice. You just say things like, I want to be like, you can't say I'm better than other quarterbacks and go, they spun my words. No, you said it. You said those things.
I wonder if he ran that by Dion.
I don't know.
Because
but
I
this
think
is what
even Dion would think that's really dumb.
No, I saw a lot of stuff about I Show Speed was with Tom Brady, and it was just not. It was like annoying enough stuff, and just me being an old man yelling at clouds. I'm like, go do your thing, but I hate all of this. Like, it's just not for me. So do it over there. Don't I'm trying not to see it. But I was like, oh, Shedeur Sanders is an influencer. Like, that's what he's not acting like a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's acting like an influencer. And influencers, if you've ever worked with one, are insanely hard to employ, because an influencer will always throw a company, his team, his coworkers, everybody in his life under the bus for his own content, because it's about him first or her first. So if you ever work with anybody who wants to be an influencer, it's really hard to stay with them, because they are consistently more worried about getting views and likes and what everybody thinks about them than actually creating what you need to create. And that's what it feels like with Shedeur. Is he's so much more worried about his image that he's not worried about the Cleveland Browns and winning football and making sure his teammates are the best. Like, when you hear Shedeur Sanders quotes versus Jameis Winston's, where Jameis Winston, in his quote about being quarterback 3, says, I still believe I could be a starting quarterback in the league. He says a similar thing to Shedeur Sanders. He just surrounds it with a lot of positivity, understanding what his role is and doing all of those things. And Shedeur Sanders surrounds it with, sarcasm and spite. Like, why do you guys not realize I'm better? I've been told I'm the best my whole life. Why do you, it's like an American Idol, like when someone's not a terrible singer, but they're not the best, and they're like, how do you think this person's better than me? Like, well, they're just better than you. Like, we all agree they're better than you.
Yeah, I mean, also the difference there, in my opinion, and maybe this is just my opinion, but Jameis Winston has already been a starter in the league.
Yes,
so he's allowed to
times.
say certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get it, but it's a ridiculous, it was a ridiculous thing. And so, yeah, it's them just asking him multiple questions and him just like that. And they're like, it's like, and then, his hair's not done either. So I don't know if he's in the middle of a haircut or in the middle of getting the braids. I don't know what it was, but everything about it led it to be, dude, this seems like why you're not the guy. And if there's another reason, let us know. But if your only reason is there's a vendetta against you, then I'm not going to play. Pretty much across the board, the victim card is out for me. I get there's true things, but everybody's a victim. Everybody has 10 reasons why their life would be better if they were not a victim of something. Everybody. Billionaires will say they are victims. Everybody is a victim. So stop using it as an excuse. And that's all Shedeur does.
You know what I'd like to know also is, why is the Cleveland media still talking to him?
Because it's
the
clear.
third
Reason we are. Yeah, but it's because they're like, whoa, you want to talk to Joe Flacco?
He's at least earned the right to be spoken to.
He has, but I think that's the deal. Is they're like, we know we'll get clicks. I think if you had journalism the way journalism used to be, it wouldn't be that. But now, again, your boss is telling you to go talk about the most salacious thing, and that's what it's going to be. It is what it is. You work for news sites. They're not asking you to do the best breakdown all the time. They're like, hey, do you have a story? Put 48 articles up about that story, please. We will get clicks on them. So it is what it is. I get it. 24-hour news cycle. You're going to have to go into it. He is, and I mean, you'd see it for anybody whose son, like, if, Troy Aikman had a son, people would be all over it. If, any Hall of Famer, we see it with Arch Manning. Like, Arch Manning was a backup, and he got all the questions because his uncles were very famous and his grandfather was very famous. All right, let's get into it, Matt. You put in some work again today. You got your all 22 footage. If you haven't seen this, guys, yet, you're going to love it. But we were curious about DJ Lagway and why he's had so much trouble this year. We had a game with 5 interceptions. He had a game with 633 passing yards. He has struggled, to say the least, so far this season. We talked to Zach Goodall from Swamp 24/7. He said he may still be hurt and needs surgery on his shoulder. There's just a million reasons why things are not going right. But Matt, you took the time to kind of go through the film, and you're going to break down for us a little bit more of why you believe that DJ Lagway and this offense has struggled for Florida.
Yes. And before I get into it, I also want to say there is so many things that are wrong with what DJ Lagway is doing right now. I pulled 16 plays from the Miami game, and I found him being pressured far too often. I found him being inaccurate. I found him being late on passes. I found him being just flat out inaccurate on passes. The play calling is very questionable. The wide receivers are crowded in an area at certain times. He's missing easy throws. It's everywhere. So I'm going to do my best to kind of break down exactly what went wrong here. Bear with me a little bit because this is extremely ugly. This is extremely ugly offense. I don't really know how else to describe it, but we're going to do our best here. So let's start with this play right here. DJ has just reached the back of his drop back. He just got to a point where he can actually throw the football. And as you can see here, he's already getting pressured by the Miami defensive tackle there. He's being forced out right. This receiver hasn't even gotten to the top of his route yet. This receiver is still going this way. This receiver still has his back turned. The running back has just turned around, but DJ's already running the other way because there's pressure on the interior, and he's got nothing. He's got nowhere to go except out, and it ends up being an incompletion or a sack. I can't remember which one. We got on this next play. I did some pre-rendered art on some of these as well. Here's another example. DJ, this is a very late developing route, right? So you've got the tight end who's a little off balance here, coming this way. This defensive back has got this occupied. And they like to run this same concept a lot, which I don't understand because they run it very, very often, and it seems rather easy to defend if you're in a cover 3. But this receiver comes out and runs an out route to your left. This receiver is running straight into double coverage. These guys both collapse down here to the tight end. But as you can see, this would have been the read because these guys both collapse down, and this receiver is running to some open space right here. But DJ never even looks his way. He's laser focused on this tight end the entire time and ends up dumping it off for a minimal gain. When he had an open receiver right here, which would speak to me about his confidence in making that throw, which was troubling to me. You go down to this next one here, and DJ's running to his right. You can see this receiver coming across this way. He's got his check down right here, which should have been the play. He's looking for his tight end here, he would also look for this tight end here who's open in the flat, and he's got this guy back here who's carrying these two Miami defenders. Who you can see they're in a cover 3. You got deep thirds all the way around. But what he tries to do here instead, which is a complete reverse of the last play I just showed you, is he tries to fit it in over these two defenders here, and he just throws it completely wide to the sideline, and it's incomplete. Very, very inaccurate throw there. On this next one here, you can see they've got a too high safety look. And it's just a absolute mess down here. You've got 4 receivers kind of in the same area. This guy's running kind of a go route there. You've got this guy coming to sit here. You've got this guy coming to sit here. This receiver's coming across the middle. This defensive back breaks down on it. And it just ends up being, I believe this was a sack, and he holds onto the ball too long. He really didn't have much of an opportunity to get rid of it either, because this guy's coming off the edge, beating the defender. This guy's beating his double team inside. And it's just, again, like, where are you supposed to go with this football? You just reach the top of your drop back. You're about to load up. You've got essentially 4 defenders covering 4 or 5 defenders covering 4 receivers here. Just an absolute mess. So there's nowhere really to go with it except here. And if you throw it to this guy, he either gets picked off by this defender or the wide receiver gets lit up. So just an absolute mess right there. Here's another one. I think this is 2. Yeah, this is 2 screenshots. So you can see DJ starting to make his drop back here. This guy again is running this way. This guy again is coming up here, and in the flat there. And this ends up being an incompletion as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention, this is also an RPO, right? And before he even, he's just did his exchange, his fake exchange with the running back. This guy's already in his face before he has a chance to do anything. So he has to roll right, ends up throwing the ball away. Completely unprotected in that situation. You go down, this is 7:55 in the second quarter. They're already down 10-0. I think I'm going to skip this one, actually. Yeah, I'm going to skip that one. Let's go on to the next one. Okay, so here's another one. You got another late developing play. You've got these two defenders running vertical routes. These 2 receivers running vertical routes. You got this receiver running a vertical route. These guys are dropping into zone coverage. This guy's in zone here. The field is completely, eaten up across the middle by the defense. And before he even has a chance, I think he wants to go right here, which is a bad play because the safety already can kind of see him looking there, and he's coming over to the top to help. This guy is kind of in this little zone here. He probably should go in this area, but he doesn't see that. He wants to go here. And before he even has a chance, you see I have these 2 defenders circled. This tight end lets this blitzer by. This defensive tackle just completely splits the 2 offensive linemen there. This guy's right here is on his knees already somehow at the very beginning of the play. And this guy's running free as well. That ends up being he rolls out to the right here, ends up throwing it away. Again, doesn't even have time to make a decision in that instance.
Yeah, and Matt, that's another one of those ones that we talked about with Arch, that we see the hips and reading the hips of a defender. That if you read the hips of that defender over there on the side, you go in the middle and just slant it a little bit away from the other side to the guy closer to us, the guy closer to the bottom, closer to the bottom of the play, and the left side of it, and he's facing the sideline receiver. That's the easier throw, but there's no one behind your receiver at the 20 in the middle there. There's no one. That's all day. If you look at the hips of that defender, for him to turn around and catch back up, he's not going to be able to catch back up on that play. I know he's got 10 yards to turn around, but if you put that ball up there right, he should be able to run right underneath it.
Yeah, this guy's running full speed away from the hips of this defender. So he should be able, if he has time, to let this ball go and hit this guy in stride if he can hit it accurately.
Yes.
But before he even has a chance, you can see how quickly this happens.
Oh, yeah,
he's on the 20 right here. And then by the time that receiver is on the 22 and putting his hand up like, I'm going to be open, he's already got 2 guys in his face and another one coming around the side.
Yes.
So just a complete mess by the offensive line there. This offensive line is a lot worse than I expected it to be. I'm going to be real honest about that. And again, here you can see he's got a guy open on a little hook here. This guy's coming back as well. This guy is coming back as well. So they're drawing the defenders in by sitting. This guy's trying to come over the top here. And as you can see, he goes for that pass because he thinks that he can see that there's going to be open space right here. And he's going to try and layer it in over these 2 defenders here. But even when he does that, he puts it in a spot where the receiver has to leave his feet and dive to try to catch it, and it ends up being an incompletion. So way outside where he should be on that, and another bad incompletion. Later in the second, he's just reaching the top of his drop back again, and there's already a Miami. I guess he either missed the blitz pickup, he didn't call it out at the line, or there's a miscommunication with you can see an orange hat right here. maybe it's a miscommunication with that guy because this defender is doubled.
Yeah.
And it looks like Ruben Bain's coming on a stunt in the middle here, but this guy's coming free off the edge before the running back has even almost taken a step to the outside. These guys are just starting their routes, and there's already a defender within 2 yards of him, and he has absolutely no shot to let that ball go. So just pressured all day long. This is another example of that same concept that I showed earlier, which I think this is the third time I've showed it to you already. You got the receiver on the outside running a go, this one running to the sideline, tight end on a little out, the other one running a go as well. You got the defenders in cover 3, with their deep thirds, and he reaches the back of his drop back, and he's got his running back as a check down here too, but it ends up being an incompletion. How does this end up being an incompletion? He throws it behind. And by the way, he's also got Ruben Bain coming off the edge here because his tackle got completely embarrassed again. It's just, I don't know how this guy even has a chance to throw the football. This ball ends up like over here somewhere, way outside the wide receiver or way outside the tight end. Just an awful play. Come back down again, and you can see they really like these goes and these like, outside with the other receiver working inside. The tight end's coming across here, which is open because this guy's blitzing. But again, look at the pressure in his face, Patrick. His offensive tackle is looking at the ground by the time he reaches the top of his drop back.
Good Lord.
And this guy's coming in home free. This guy's coming in home free. And I believe that one ends up in a sack. Yeah, I mean, look at this. He doesn't even have a chance. He tries to step up here, but these guys are already in his face. It's unbelievable how bad the blocking is on some of these passes. This one is an example of his inaccuracy. He makes the right read here, in my opinion. I don't think you can throw the ball to the crosser here because you got this defender sitting here. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but Miami is in cover 3 seemingly this entire game almost, which is, I believe something that Texas will notice and something they'll probably end up doing. He could have gone to the running back here. It might have been a better read to go down here because this guy's setting up already to block this defender. And if he turns and hits his running back, this guy's got his hips turned running back. So he could have an opportunity to get some yards on the side, but he ends up going to the tight end here, which isn't a bad read either because he's got open space over here. And the tight end is looking for the ball right here. And the ball ends up over here way behind him, just throws completely off his back shoulder and misses him by a few yards. So another example of inaccuracy. We're getting towards the end now, I think, but this is pretty much the same thing. He's dropping back. He's just getting to his drop back. He's got this guy off the edge. Miami's in a cover 3. This guy's running towards a defender. This guy's running into double coverage. This guy's running into this guy's zone right here. There's nobody open whatsoever. Yeah. And it's all late developing stuff. And he doesn't have the time to get these passes off. And it's just, I don't understand what they're trying to do with him where, he doesn't have the time for these kinds of routes to develop. And if you don't have this kind of time, you have to do like some RPO type stuff or some more quick hitting stuff. Even like you can see here, he's dropping back. This guy's coming free off the edge again against a running back, which you would think is okay. He can pick up that guy, but look at this offensive lineman getting completely blown off of his feet by Ruben Bain. It's unbelievable. And then, so he's reached the top of his drop back here. Let me see if I don't have another screenshot of this one. But all 3 of these receivers are ostensibly running the same route. They're trying to run into this area right here in the middle of the zone. They're all running these super deep curl routes, and they're sitting right here, which is, 14, 15 yards past the line of scrimmage. And by the time he gets there to where he has a chance to make the throw, he's already got a offensive lineman getting pushed into him and he has to roll out to the right and ends up being an incompletion.
Yeah, that's a timing route.
Yeah. He doesn't have
you got to
the time.
have the time. Yeah.
You got to have the time, and he just doesn't have the time. Here's another example of pretty much the same thing. He wants to go to the tight end right here, who's wide open. And if he hits the tight end, he can get a decent gain there. But Miami's sitting back in a cover 3. They're dropping their linebackers. This guy's running across. This guy's running across. This guy's running a go route. It's clearing stuff out with the defensive backs. But Ruben Bain's already passed the guy, and he's getting held. But he still makes the play. And this guy's coming off the edge too, and he doesn't have the time to make the throw. Here's another example of I don't understand what they're calling at this point. You have 3 receivers running routes on this play, plus the tight end coming across the middle, which would have been the read because these guys are all looking in this way. But they have 2 receivers coming into the same spot here in 1, 2, 3, 4 guys sitting there. It's completely crowded in a mess. These 2 guys have this guy locked up, and that ends up being an incompletion as well. So it's actually, no, that doesn't end up being an incompletion. What ends up happening here is he waits and he waits and he waits, and then he rolls out this way. And as the tight end is coming over here to the sideline, he waits till he gets all the way right here, right at the ACC logo, before throwing in the football. He gets the ball and gets like 3 yards. So again, it's just there's so many examples of so many different things that are wrong with this Florida passing game. And in the first half, I don't know if you noticed, like 3 of those passes were from the second half because they threw like 4 passes in the second half. It was all about Jaden Ball in that running game in the second half, because in the first half, they just couldn't get anything going. They tried to implement the run game in the second half. But like I said, late developing stuff that he doesn't have time to hit because of constant pressure. And when he does have time, he's late on the reads. He's not getting the guys the ball or an opportunity to catch the ball in space because he's waiting too long. And when he is getting rid of the football, he's inaccurate. And the play designs on this are crowded. They're messy. And all those things combined end up resulting in him going 12 of 23 for 61 yards, a 25.7 QBR. He's sacked 4 times. It's just I have not watched it. Like even when we watched the UTEP tape, when Arch had 10 straight incompletions, you could see there's stuff open. These receivers are running, they're pulling defenders away, and other guys are open in space. That's rarely the case with this Florida offense. And when they do have a guy open, he's either not seeing him or he's throwing it inaccurately. And it's just, I don't really know where he goes from there.
It's crazy how much they're relying now on Dallas Wilson.
And Dallas Wilson's not fixing this because the play designs are terrible.
You can see they try and put him in timing routes where they're trying to just get it out, but then the offensive line can't hold for the time, which, I mean, if you're an offensive lineman and you know it's a timing route, you know what the play is, and you go, all I got to do is hold him for this amount of time. Not a play where maybe, Lagway runs. Like, I know what the play call is. So I know in 5 seconds or in 4 seconds or whatever it is, it should be designed to go. Now, that's another route. You're running that timing route. I get you're trying to find the weak spot in the zone. So maybe you have to go a little bit deeper than you want to go. But you just have to always have something there for if it breaks down and just go, all right, as soon as you watch your right tackle or left tackle lose a guy again, just ditch the ball over and over again. Get the ball out. It didn't seem like there was a ton of short stuff. It seemed like there was a lot of check downs that he had, but not necessarily short yardage slants and things like that as well to get him a rhythm, because it just feels like DJ Lagway has no chance to get a rhythm with between that offensive line and calling plays downfield to try and spark something. He never gets a rhythm, and I get his whole thing is he can chunk the ball downfield, but you don't have the O-line for it apparently.
Yeah, and so much of that, the short stuff that was available was all to the tight end. And it seems like he's not even looking at the tight end 90% of the time.
Yeah.
And if you're going to get explosive plays in this offense, you need those short passes when the secondary and the linebackers are 10, 20 yards deep, respective, or the secondary's 20 yards deep, the linebackers are 10 yards deep. If you're going to get explosive plays, those short developing things, you're trying to get your fast explosive guys in space. The tight end and he's got a couple drops. The tight end had a couple drops in there as well. I mean, I don't know that this passing game can be fixed. I really don't. I don't know that Texas will be able to get the same pressure that Miami is getting. They should be able to, based on the way that offensive line is playing. I mean, Miami's defense has probably been the best in the country all season long, and Ruben Bain has been an animal. But it's the Texas defense, based on the tape that I watched from this game and this game alone. The Texas defense should have no problems with this Florida passing game. I don't know if they've been holding stuff back or what, but there is nothing in there that I saw that gives them an opportunity to succeed downfield whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, why would you hold back? I get it's a long season, but you're playing a really good Miami team and a good LSU team, and it doesn't seem like those are teams you hold back on. Like, we know Sark will not necessarily, you're setting things up and you're building up your offense, all that. But it does go into what we've seen a lot this year of another reason why a lot of these quarterbacks have been struggling. That we look at, when we're just like, all these quarterbacks seem to be struggling, is that offensive lines just everywhere from college to pro are really down. There's not enough linemen. There's not enough good offensive linemen to go around. And it does feel a bit like this is when you talk about the leveling of the playing field for NIL, and that every team knows, well, we have to get a left tackle or we have to get a couple offensive linemen to be able to build, that you're seeing linemen that maybe would have been on a Florida or a Texas or a Georgia or Ole Miss or wherever, that are now going to somewhere else that wouldn't be as big because they're getting a bigger NIL payday than, just coming over there as a 4.3 4-star. And that guy turns out to be really good. And you're just having all these misses now in the 4 or 5 stars of offensive linemen. But it's everywhere. Like, there's not enough there's probably enough offensive linemen in the NFL for like 10 good offensive lines.
Yeah.
And there's 32 teams, which is a problem.
Another thing that's frustrating about this is 2 of those Florida interior offensive linemen were preseason All-SEC.
Yeah.
And there were a few plays in there where I saw Jake Slaughter, who many consider to be the best center in college football, just getting tossed around like a rag doll or completely missing his block. Or like, it's like Zach talked yesterday about, the shoulder injury being an issue and the protection being an issue and different things. So I went into it thinking like, okay, it's going to be kind of bad, but I expect DJ to kind of look like, Arch did against UTEP. But everything was wrong. There wasn't a single thing in the only passes that he really completed were things that were screen passes or where he was looking to the tight end immediately in the flat without looking at his receivers downfield, like stuff within 5 to 10 yards.
Yeah.
And everything else was just completely off of his radar. The one time he did try to do it was that crossing route that I showed that the receiver had to dive for the ball. So like, you can't even trust him to hit that. Why would you trust him to throw a go route? Why would you trust him to throw something like a post across the middle or a deep scissor down the, like, you just can't with the amount of time that you have. And it's, I don't know what they're going to do offensively. I really don't.
No, I mean, but that kind of breaks it down to what you showed there is if you're able to just sit back on things, not let them get explosive plays early in the play. So not allow, sit back, sit 3 safeties deep. They're not going to be able to protect enough. This is a big game for your edges too, man. Mm-hmm. It's a huge game for your edges because this now goes into, are your edges going to be able to get the job done? And I mean, like this is a game for Colin Simmons and everybody else. If they can go win on this line, then I think we have a lot more confidence going forward that those edges are where they need to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think this is a game where if they call the same type of plays that they did against Miami, against Texas, Colin Simmons should get a couple sacks, or Trey Moore should get in there, or Murat. Like all of these guys should be able to eat if they keep
Yeah.
calling stuff like this. Now, are they going to sit there and watch the Miami tape and say, okay, we need to change some things and it might look different on Saturday? Sure. I didn't watch their other 4 games to where I can sit here and tell you how much they've changed over the first 4, but they had the bye week to try to figure it out. So maybe there's going to be some new stuff in there that I didn't see. But just based on that, if that's the kind of offense they're going to run, it's going to be a long day for Florida.
No, and it does give you a little bit of a different look at DJ Lagway of why he's had his struggles that are not just, and it's kind of what Sark was saying too, of like, you know, you rank these guys so high and then they never get comfortable and you're already writing them off and you never really give them the ability. DJ Lagway hasn't had he still makes mistakes in there. You expect a young quarterback to make, but I mean, there's still some things you expect maybe somebody to help him out maybe a little bit more in there and try and run some plays. He's got, and Damon Ball is he's a good runner. Jaden Ball, sorry.
Jaden Ball, yeah. He is. They really leaned on that in the second half. And they were able to move the ball a little bit more in the second half because they just focused on the running game. And they kind of let him go to work. But when they have to drop back into or they're in a obvious passing situation, it kind of seems like they're toast.
Yeah, it does.
So.
All right. Let's look at that, seeing that. And now we know I want to flip over to the offensive side of the ball for Texas a little bit and look at some of the expectations we have for an offense that, you know, looked better against Sam Houston, but we still are not 100% on Arch Manning. We're still not 100% on any of, you know, the run game. We'll get the injury report in about, hour and a half, 2 hours? 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours, 30 minutes, something like that. We get our injury report. So that'll be where we get to finally see where Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter, Emmett Mosley, some of those bigger names, Alex January, where all those guys are listed. For this Texas offense, now going into this game, knowing that you're going up against a defense that has played pretty well. I think there was points where Miami could have maybe put up more points if they didn't have self-inflicted wounds. LSU has just had the offensive struggles all game. But the real point of this is running the football. If you can run the football on Florida, it'll open up the passing game. Mm-hmm. They're not necessarily a great run-stopping defense. They're pretty good in the pass game, but if you can run the football, then that opens everything else up because they have to allocate more resources. So it kind of comes down to what that injury report, and tomorrow, I'm sure that'll be the topic of discussion on everybody's show, is what is on that injury report. But I wanted to go through some player props with you, Matt, that I saw come up today and kind of judge where we want to see guys in this game. Now, they don't have the running backs up yet because of the injury report, so we may get those later in the week. But we know passing-wise, they do have a couple, and weather could be rainy. If it's not rainy, it's going to be gloomy. Just at least it doesn't seem like it's going to be a sunny, nice day, but it could be a rainy day as well. That changes up what you're going to try and do, throwing the ball, trying to trust your quarterback. Arch Manning is listed at 217.5. So not expecting a breakout huge day from Arch Manning, but a reasonable day from Arch Manning. What do you like about the prop of 217.5?
Well, Florida is averaging about 173 yards per game on pass defense, giving up 173 per game. So that may be asking a lot, depending on, because, Carson Beck he seemed kind of pedestrian against this Florida defense. He only threw for 160. He was 17 of 30. He threw a pick. So I'm probably going to go under, but I don't need to see Arch throw for more than 200 yards this game. If your running game's going like Miami's was, I believe they had 184 yards on the ground, and that's not counting the 2 sacks for 7 yards of Carson Beck, and they had 2 kneels in there, I think, for 5 yards. There was two team carries for -5 yards. I don't know what that means. So if you take that stuff out, it's really like 196 yards on 42 carries. So it's a little bit more. I mean, if they can run the football, I don't need Arch to do that much, you know?
No, by the way, Garrett Nussmeier had 220 against them, but they did not. They only had 96 passing yards in the game. So they didn't run the ball as well. And one of those was on explosive play. So they weren't able to run. They had to throw it more. He only had 15 completions, but he got 220. I think we're looking at Arch. I think 200 is kind of the magic number of where I feel pretty good about what he did in that game and feel pretty decent about the passing offense. Now I'd prefer it to be on like 60% passing, but maybe 55 will get in there. But I think that this is, for me, 200 is really probably the number. So I may go under. They have DJ Lagway at 189.5.
Under. Way under.
Look, he did in the LSU game throw for 287.
Under.
He just threw 5 interceptions in that game.
Yeah.
So he threw the ball 49 times in that game. I again think that this will be more of a run, that they'll be trying to run the ball. Now, if Texas stops the run, all bets are off, because everything starts to really change at that point. But I think, again, the weather being what it is, DJ Lagway struggles, trying to just establish something. I think you're going to see them try and run the ball a lot more, because he's the best player on this offense so far. He's been able to succeed even when nothing else is working. So I'd imagine you're going to try and do that to call off some of the hounds too from the edge rushers, because if you got Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons and Trey Moore and everybody coming after you, I mean, you may just keep running on them. Just try and keep them honest. Try and keep them honest. Looking over at Arch rushing yards. Arch's rushing yards are at 24.5.
I'm probably going to go over on that. I think they're going to try to lean into that rushing game a little bit with Arch.
Yeah.
It seems like that's something that kind of gets him going early too. So, I mean, that 24.5, I mean, he could just break 1 for 24 on a scramble. So
yeah.
I'm going to go over on that one.
Yeah, I like the over on that one as well. Some of the receiving numbers for you. Jack Indries, 26.5 receiving yards.
I think with the bye week and him being able to get a little bit healthier, they might try and target him a little bit more. So I could see that being an over.
Yeah, I like trying to use him in a game where you are trying to get the ball out a little bit quicker, get a rhythm going. I could see them using Jack Indries a little bit more in that scenario, maybe a check down here or there as well. I think he can get over 26.5. How about Parker Livingstone, 30.5? Does Parker Livingstone come across and get a big play or two and easily beat that 30.5?
I think it's possible. I think that he could break a big one. Kind of in that same kind of, situation with San Jose State, where he just gets open in space and Arch sees him down the sideline and he breaks one big one. I could definitely see that for sure.
All right. How about we go with DeAndre Moore, 39.5?
I think DeAndre Moore is going to be extremely important in this game in the middle of the field. So I'm going to go over.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I do think there's a very good chance that he is a pretty important player as this game goes on. And Ryan Wingo is at 48.5.
I'd like to say over. I think if all 4 of these guys hit around or just a little bit over their overs, you'll be right around the 200 mark with Arch. So I think that would fit. Like 50 yards for Wingo, like 45 for DeAndre Moore, 30 to 35 for Indries, and then 30 to 35 for Livingston. I think that would probably be around the number that you're looking for. Plus, probably a couple dump offs to the running back somewhere in there.
Yeah, feel free to throw in the chat if you have any predictions about any kind of stats or anything of what you want to see from this offense as they take on this Florida team. And this does feel like with what we think that the weather is going to be for coming off of a bye week, for hopefully getting back both of your starting running backs, trying to establish in the SEC a little bit more of an ability to run the football and play on the line of scrimmage. This feels like you're going to try and run the football a lot. So I would say most of your stats are probably going to look more that if you could get 150, 200 yards rushing in this game, then you feel really good about it, and the passing game isn't as important. That one you just want to go, we were effective in our passing. We were productive in our passing. It doesn't need to be 250, 300 yards. We don't want to have a bunch of incompletions, but as long as we're not losing yards on them, picking up penalties, just keep running the football and keep running the football. And then it comes down to as well, I probably saw the audio somewhere of Sark. One of the things he said of, actually, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Sark talking about what he noticed the most over the weekend in his presser when he was asked what stood out watching. And you were like, oh, you'd expect him to be like, oh, the upsets or whatever else. And his first answer is true. And it's definitely something you've seen, but it was not what I was expecting. Here's what Sark said on Monday about what stood out to him on a bye week just watching football all day.
A couple things stood out to me. I thought there was a lot of penalties this weekend, if you want to know the truth. You know, I felt like there was a lot of penalties. And so I don't know if we're calling things a little tighter. I don't know if teams are a little sloppy. I know what our penalty situation's been this year. So we're looking inward, right, for the first 4 weeks. And this weekend gave me a chance to look outward and see what else was going on around the country. And I think, I haven't looked at the totality of penalty numbers around the country, if they're up or down, but there sure felt like a lot of penalties this weekend. So, us continuing to try to drive that number down and play cleaner football, I think, is important. I think clock management was something that stood out to me this weekend as well, about the value of retaining your timeouts, of how important they can be at the end of halves and at the end of games, even though the 2-minute warning is a great asset, really giving you that fourth timeout. Surely you love to have them. And so that goes back to your preparation, your in-game, substitution patterns, whether it's on offense, defense, or special teams. And I think aggressiveness, you could feel the teams that were playing aggressive in their play calls at critical moments. So all those were great. I think I've been saying this, I don't think there's not a game on anybody's schedule in our conference where you're just like, hey, you know what? Nobody really needs to tune into this one because we know what's going to happen. I think everybody better buckle up every Saturday in our conference. And we've got 8 straight conference games. And it's going to take a high level of play week in and week out to perform at a high level, because there just are no gimmies. There just aren't. And there's too many good players. There's too many tough environments you have to play in, and there's too good a coaching. And so, I don't know about favorites or not right now. I just know I just watched enough this weekend to where, well, you better be ready to play, or you're going to be behind 14, and then you're scrambling trying to play catch up. And it doesn't matter who you're playing against.
There was Sark this Monday talking about what stood out when he was watching football over the weekend, and it starts with penalties. And then it's time management, which is me calling a timeout because your offense or defense is not set. And it's just a lot of it of, wow, teams don't look like they're ready. Teams look like there's issues, and it's been a sloppy enough season. And if we're going to, you're going into the swamp and you're going in to an enemy territory now, and you want to be able to survive in that. I think that there is a point where you have to go to your offensive line, to your players and everybody, and it's important, man. It is important that Texas has been good on the road with penalties, but it is really, really important we don't put ourselves in unwinnable positions and put ourselves in positions where we give Florida momentum and we give Florida a chance to stop us on a drive where we're moving the ball well. We ran a play. First down was a 6-yard run, and then second down's a hold, and now it is 2nd and 16. We were at 2nd and 14. We were at 2nd and 4. Now it's 2nd and 14, and an incomplete pass. It's 3rd and 14, and we're most likely punting this football. I think that is kind of a huge piece you want to sit in when you're talking about going on the road to Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and Texas really did a good job of cleaning up the penalties against San Jose State when the starters were on the field. Obviously, the younger guys came in later. and and had some issues late in that game. They still rank. Let's see where they are exactly. They still rank 126 in the country at 8.5 penalties per game. So that is a worry that you have to think
Yeah.
about. If you have a couple penalties early that puts you in bad situations, that crowd's going to be very into it, especially if you have the ball first. Then the Florida offense is going to get on the field and probably kill some of their dreams and hopes. But you can't afford to be in those situations against a defense like this one, because they bend, but they haven't broken until they get really worn down at the end of the game. So you need to kind of jump on them early, which has been really hard to do for a lot of these teams. So it'll be tough for Texas to do that. But the penalties are going to play a huge role. And Texas, I don't think, has ever had an issue with clock management, so I'm not worried about that aspect of it. Sark is pretty good about that. But the penalties are like, this is when it really, the rubber meets the road with the penalties when you get to SEC play. So that'll be huge.
Well, and that's, I'll say this about clock management. Clock management for me is just the world of the offense getting lined up, being in the right situation, and knowing what they're doing, as opposed to them running up and being in the wrong place. People not being able to get people on or off the field. It's more the technical issues of it, not necessarily not having. It's the not having the timeouts at the end of a half. More than that, of just don't be in those situations. I don't think that'll be as wildly important in this game that it'll be in some other ones, but it's still, I mean, if you're talking about 3 points at the end of a half or 6 points, 7 points at the end of a half, it can be really important that in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. Sooner Cowboys, if you think Florida's scoring 21 points, I don't think you watched either the first part of the show or you've watched a single snap of their football all season, because that offense against this defense, I can't see 21 points.
No,
I'm sorry.
No, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, it's but and then it's also like realizing too of going in there and depending on the weather, whether it is just muggy and 83 degrees, I think if you're in that case, the crowd's getting really into it. If it is sprinkling, raining, and you can kill the momentum early in this game of Florida, have them on a 3-and-out, and then go score, you can get, like, I really don't feel like it's going to be impossible to get this Florida crowd kind of out of the game pretty easily. I think it would be like, my thought is it can be like the Michigan game a year ago. And that crowd where they're like, you're going to the big house. And then they were all just fat and happy after winning a title. It went wrong early, and then they were not a factor in the entirety of the game. And Texas was just able to run all over them at that point. But if you're able to get the momentum and it's not good weather, their season's going bad enough that it doesn't feel like they're going to necessarily be like, you know what, guys, we got to fight through this for our guys. I don't know if that's the case. Yeah. And again, that's not a shot at Florida, because Texas, I would say the same thing about our fans for a lot of the points, is if you're playing a game and we were down, it wasn't. It was a lot of people trying to not get wet. That's what it was. I was at many games when, the crowd was not a huge factor in it. So it's more along the lines of, can you make them be not a factor versus letting them be in the game because you make some bad decisions, because your offensive line gets a penalty on a false start, and now they're all pumped because they did it. And like those types of things early in the game are going to be a big piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, if you get one big play on this Florida team early, and like, let's say you get a deep pass to Ryan Wingo for a touchdown, or something along those lines, or Arch takes a long one for a touchdown, just any sort of explosive play that results in a touchdown early in this game, the crowd is not going to have the faith in its offense to answer that touchdown at all, based on what we've seen the last couple of weeks. So they're going to be like, oh, well, you know what? Like, this is exactly what I expected. It's raining. Let's go back to the tailgate and get under our tent and just have a beer. Like this, like, screw this team. We're over this. We're not going to be excited until Billy Napier is gone.
Yeah.
And like, you can say that maybe Florida will break out some new things since I mean, Zach kind of touched on it yesterday. If Texas wins this game handily, Billy Napier could be fired by Sunday. So if they don't pull out all the stops in this game, then maybe he's not going to have a job on Sunday. So maybe he will do some new things. I don't know. But he's going to have to do a lot to keep that crowd into it, because I think the first sign of trouble, they're going to kind of bail on these guys, which, again, like, it's really hard to blame a team or a fan base for that when you're in the situation that they're in right now, and that they've been in over the last couple of years. So that's where I think Texas really tries to exploit it, is like, get this crowd out early and we're going to be fine.
Yeah, no. And that's for Texas. It is playing your style of game. But, and another piece that Sark said in that, being aggressive, go early in this game. Don't let Florida make it a game, because that's a lot of what Miami did. They let Florida make it a game, even offensively. They let the defense make it a game by making mistakes. They were not able to get the score, and once they kind of stopped shooting themselves in the foot, we saw what happened at the end of the game. Which, by the way, that also works into, if you play your game, you run the ball, you're going to be able to wear down this Florida defense by the end. They don't have the depth. Mm-hmm. So, again, we talked about it with Ohio State, and Ohio State, you just weren't able to do anything. If you're able to run the ball consistently going into this game, I think by the end of the game, you'll be able to go pick up some of those chunk yardages and just run the clock out, which we know Sark loves to do. So you want to be in a place where, even if it is 10 points, 14 points, and not a huge win, where you love to go put up 45, just keep pounding that ball on the ground and you should be able to get it done.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the defense as well. Like, if you're just able to get Florida off the field quickly a few times, that defense is going to start to wear down early, because the offense has not been able to give the defense enough rest to be ready to perform at the end of the game. They're just worn down. They were worn down against Miami. They were worn down against LSU. They were worn down against USF. It's a consistent thing because the offense hasn't been there. So if you're able to just replicate that, then it's really hard to imagine that Florida can, make a play on you late in the game when they need it. And that's going to be something they need to do.
Want to hit this Heisman watch real quick before we hit to break, Matt. We're just looking at the odds of the Heisman. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, that it does feel like this is an extremely wide open race, that, it could be somebody new. There's 2 new people that are in it this week that probably weren't in it last week. It'll be one of them will be really surprised if they're in it at the end. The other one, who knows, because what this season holds. Dante Moore is still your front runner, wins a big game at Penn State. He's at plus 750 right now. So that is your front runner. Carson Beck is up next in the betting stats. Jeremiah Smith still on this. We know he's not going to win, so I don't know why you're putting your money on it. But if Ohio State's number 1, they'll get a player at least to go to New York. Ty Simpson is now moved up. He's going to have a hard run the next few weeks. But if he can continue to be better, Ty Simpson will be on that list for a while. Fernando Mendoza moved down. He was plus 650, your Heisman favorite, is what we say is moving around. He's now up to plus 1,300. So his Heisman odds have moved down. Joey Aguilar has moved up a little bit as well. Marcel Reed stays the same, but a couple of new guys pop in at plus 1,500. One of those, I'll be surprised. Diego Pavia comes in now listed on the betting sites. You can bet on Diego Pavia for Heisman, which in itself is an accomplishment. To go from where he's been to taking a Vanderbilt team and now being on the Heisman watch is itself an accomplishment, but I don't think he's done. He doesn't want to be done. I just don't know if the rest of that team is going to be able – I don't know if he's going to be able to drag the rest of that team in the SEC, where they just don't necessarily have it built up yet. I think they can still win a couple big games, but I don't know if they can win all the big games, and that's in the SEC. And then the other one coming in, Matt, is your guy Trinidad Chambliss. He is now listed as someone you can bet on, that maybe Austin Simmons was ready to make that move for the Heisman this year. Not the case. Trinidad Chambliss up there feels very hard. Feels like Lane Kiffin cannot go back to Austin Simmons no matter that. No, Austin, I'm pretty sure you're still hurt, bud. Austin, I'm pretty sure you're still hurt.
Yeah. If Diego Pavia is able to beat Alabama, then he'll be the Heisman front runner. I guess depending on how they do it, but yeah, if he's able to beat Alabama, he'll be the Heisman front runner more than likely. I don't think they will. I think Alabama's going to kill him, but it'll be interesting to watch. I do think Trinidad Chambliss deserves to be in there after the last couple weeks. It's kind of surprising that Jeremiah Smith is in there right now. Like I
He's still
just feel
hot.
like I feel like he hasn't really done anything.
I
Like,
mean, it was he didn't do much against us. And have they played anybody else of note?
Well, the thing it's like so last year, and I get he was a freshman, and
Yeah.
so it was a little bit more surprising. But last year was like every time you turned on Sports Center or whatever
Yeah.
whatever coverage you were watching, it was just Jeremiah Smith highlights galore. And I just haven't seen that this year. And I haven't watched a lot of Ohio State since the Texas game, but I mean, it just seems like he hasn't really had the same production that he had last year. Maybe I'm wrong, but to be that high, it's kind of surprising to me.
No, I'm with you. Let's see if I can pull up his stats real quick, where he's at, of where he would pop back on. That I'm guessing he had a big game. He's at 28 receptions for 396 and 4 touchdowns.
He had big games against Grambling and Ohio.
Which that's not a Heisman. It's not a.
He had a decent game against Washington. He had eight catches for 81 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, 8 catches is good.
Doesn't scream Heisman to me.
No, and the average of 10 yards per catch is not going to be. The long was 19, so no big explosive plays in that one either. Probably not going to get it done for Jeremiah. But yeah, that's weird that he moved all the way up there after being Washington. They don't really play anybody till Penn State, and that is a ways down the road for them.
Yeah,
because they play Illinois,
like
but Illinois we don't think is much. So they play Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, then Penn State November 1st, and that's it for Ohio. I mean, they have the Michigan. Ohio State has a Michigan game, which we know they have not been able to win. But I mean, their schedule is pretty good after that Texas game. They don't play Oregon. And so they have to play Penn State, who's very beatable, and they have to play Michigan, who, I mean, everyone else can beat Michigan. Who knows if Ohio State can?
I have a sneaky suspicion that they're going to beat Michigan this year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Come on. Last year we thought that was for sure, right?
Yeah, we did, I guess. But this isn't it at Ohio State this year?
It's at Michigan.
It's at Michigan. Okay, maybe I'll be wrong, but
come on, man.
If they do the same thing to Bryce Underwood that they did to Arch Manning, I have a hard time believing they'll be able to.
How happy would it make you if Ohio State just kept losing to Michigan for like the next 15 years? Like it's fun to me. It's fun to me for them to keep losing that game because they can keep winning everything else, and they just keep losing that one. It'll drive them nuts. And Ryan Day will just in like 2 years have to be like, they're gonna fire me again. I lose one game a year, and they're gonna fire me because it's the one game I can't lose. Let's take a break, Matt. We come back. Let's hit the NFL power rankings. We'll see where we're at after another week. The Ravens falling further down the power rankings, and the Chiefs get a rebound. Where are the Cowboys sitting now? We'll get into all of that. If you have any hot takes in the NFL, throw those in. We'll get to the Jerry Jones hour as well and some of the coaching hot seats in the NFL. When could we expect our first coach firing? We'll get into all of that and more here in hour 2 of Open Gym on a Wednesday afternoon here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, hour 2 of the show on a Wednesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI as we kick off hour 2 here on the show. Remember, you guys are the third member of the show. Text line's open, 512-222-9328, or you can hit us up on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course on YouTube. Getting into our NFL power rankings here in hour 2. If you missed in hour 1 the all 22 breakdown of Florida and DJ Lagway and why the troubles have been on offense, go back and check that out after the show. It'll be up there on YouTube for you, so you can go check out and see some of the plays broken down by our man Matt. Did another great job of that. Giving you a little bit more insight and maybe making you feel a little bit better about Arch Manning in Texas too. In the middle of that, you're like, okay, all right, it could be worse. It could be way worse.
It could be way worse. Way worse. You could be Drew Aller. You could have Drew Aller right now. Oof. How bad would that be?
Oof. Yeah, the Drew Aller. That some of the people comparing him and his stats and just how bad they've been. It feels like over the offseason, all of the defensive coordinators got together and we're like, time to do it up. And they just are, the defenses are much better than the offenses right now in so many places, and so many people are struggling. And then there's still some offenses that are getting it working, like Oregon. Oregon's looking like they're, they don't seem to be having problems. Dante Moore seems to be there. So definitely some shift in it that made the change. And, I guarantee everyone over the age of 35 will say that it's NIL in the transfer portal, but I'm guessing there's something else involved as well. I'm sure it's part of it. It's part of it. Ever-changing landscape, but I'm sure there's something else in there as well. Let's get into some NFL power rankings. Matt, are you ready?
I guess. This is going to be really hard this week.
A lot of things moving around this week for sure. As we get our NFL power rankings from last week up there, if you can see those. And we can now move around some of our guys. We had Buffalo still at our number 1, Philly at number 2, the Chargers at 3, and the Packers at 4. That was our top 4 from last week. I don't know if we're gonna stay in that realm, Matt, because like the Eagles, they're so bad and they keep winning. I don't know where to put them because power wise, I don't have the faith in them that some other people do. They're a tough one. The Bills are still just billing it up. Seem like they're having a good time, having no real issues. The Chargers, I'm still on board with the Chargers and what they're doing. The Packers, though, get a tie. What do you like at the top of this power rankings, Matt?
I think you have to leave the Eagles at 2 because they're undefeated. The Bills are number 1. And the Eagles have beaten 3 good teams. They beat the Chiefs, they beat the Rams, and they beat the Bucks. How it happens, it doesn't matter, I guess, right now. But you can't drop a team behind the Chargers who just lost or the Packers who just tied the Cowboys. I have a really hard time with that. So I guess you kind of have to leave them there this week. They've got the Broncos this week, so maybe this is finally the week where they implode. But we'll see. I just think right now it has to be at 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. They beat another undefeated team in the Buccaneers this weekend, so they still say at number 2. Buffalo did get it done. They beat the Saints. It was, touch and go. And then Chargers lose to the Giants at 3. So I still like what the Chargers are doing, but they get a loss. The Packers get a tie. The Lions have no problem, but they're playing the Browns. The Bucks lose. The Ravens lose. I mean, the Rams beat the Colts. Maybe they move back up a little bit. Your Commanders are just beat up. They lose to the Falcons, who got beat by the Panthers, who the Panthers lose to the Patriots. It's all screwy today, Matt. It's all screwy.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't know, because this is going to be really hard. I think you could move the Lions up to number 3 at this point, though. I think you move the Lions up and you slide the Chargers down to number 4 in tier 1. And then the Packers drop out to tier 2 because they lost to the Browns and they tied the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. They have not looked good the last couple of weeks, or at least the same way of good that we thought they were. And the Chargers, I get, lost to the Giants, who are an all-defeated team. I'm going to give them a kind of a pass on that one. I know I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to because I just don't.
Because of all the teams that lost behind them,
yeah,
it's hard to move them down that far.
It's hard to move them down too far. I still believe this team is going to be good. I feel like maybe they underplayed to a Giants team with Jackson Dart and just weren't ready for it. So I'll give them that one. That moves us down to a Bucks team who lost, but they lost to, our number 2 team. That leaves us with, the Baltimore is going to have to move down further than that for sure, because now they don't have a quarterback. They lost to the Chiefs. They're going to just have to move down further. Do we move the Chiefs back up? Do we move the Rams up here to number 5, number 6, or number 7?
I think you can move them to 5 ahead of the Packers.
Okay. Yeah, they did beat another undefeated team this week.
Mm-hmm.
I just know. I know you're a stand for them. So
I am.
You and your Matt Stafford affection.
So Rams at 5 and Packers at 6.
Packers at 6.
And then
I think the Bucks at 7 still fine.
Yeah. Okay. That is really embarrassing, though, to lose to the Eagles without allowing a single passing yard in the second half.
It is, but it's still the Eagles. Like, if you lost, the only team you've lost to has not lost to anybody else. So I'm going to give them at least some credit in that world that they haven't lost a game they should have really won. They should have won this one too, but I'm going to say I'll say the Bucks can stay at 7 because I don't know if anyone ahead of them or behind them really deserves to jump them. I think the Chiefs are getting close to right behind them as well.
Mm-hmm.
I could believe the Chiefs are going to be in that similar conversation now. So I think we could put the Chiefs at 8.
Yeah, I was just about to say Chiefs at 8. Yeah, Chiefs at 8, but I almost want to move the Colts up even though they lost.
I mean, we can move them up over the Ravens for sure.
Yeah.
The Commanders are 2-2. The Ravens are 1-3. You know, I'm trying to look if there's anyone. I mean, honestly, the Seahawks could move up in that conversation as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Seahawks are now starting to turn some heads with theirs being 3-1, a 23-20 win over the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football. I think they're at least up in tier 3 now, or up in tier 2, maybe tier. I mean, they're at least tier 3. They're in tier 4 in our rankings, so they're going to have to move up. Outside of that, you know, the Jags beat the 49ers. And they're all still kind of not those top level teams. I don't know if anyone below is really going to move up a ton, but I would say that we can move up the Seahawks a good amount, and we can move up the Colts even more. They've been playing well. They got their first break, the first, bad break of the season. They lose on the road to the Rams, but I feel like they're going to keep winning. I go with the big question is, where do we put the Commanders? Because I'm fine with the Ravens dropping. Like, the Ravens are just going to be in kind of a free fall for right now. But the Commanders, where do we think they are? They've had injuries. If Jaden Daniels comes back, if Deebo Samuel comes back, you expect the team to rebound a bit. They lost by 7 to the Falcons with a backup quarterback. Are they still team 9? Are they still team 10?
I think the Colts are 9 and the Commanders are 10, and they're in tier 3 until Jaden Daniels comes back.
Okay. So we basically just switch the Colts and Commanders here. And then we can go ahead and all right. So we got Commanders, Broncos, and Vikings right now in that tier 3. Do we want to move the Seahawks up into tier 3? Where do we put them if we move the Seahawks up in there?
Probably 11.
Okay. I like that. I'm good with
that.
And
then the Broncos stay at 12.
Yeah, Broncos stay at 12. Vikings stay at 13. After they
yeah, is there anybody else that was really impressive from tier 4?
Because the Vikings lost to the Steelers, but it's also the Dublin game, so I don't really.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't want to really.
It's like nobody in tier 4 really has a win where I'm like, oh, you deserve to move up.
No, I don't think so.
So yeah, I say leave the Vikings at 13.
Leave the Vikings at 13. Then we have this 14. Am I missing a team somewhere? Did I take one out somewhere? Not put them back in?
I don't think so. We're still waiting on the Ravens.
That is with the team I'm missing. That is a team. Where do we put the Ravens? I was like, I know someone's not on my list because I'm a number in there, and I'm like, where's my mismatch going?
I think the Ravens are at 14.
Okay, so we put the Ravens down here,
the top of tier 4,
where we're just like, we don't even know about you anymore. You're just a hot mess.
And then the Steelers probably move up to 15. And then the 49ers are at 16. Right?
Yeah. Any love for the Jags after getting a win over the 49ers?
Are they right behind them? Yeah. I guess you move them. You move since they just beat them. That's a good point.
We go there. So that leaves us with Ravens at 14, Steelers at 15, and 49ers at 16. Is that correct? Does that seem right to you?
Ravens at 14, Steelers at 15, Jags at 16, 49ers 17.
Yes, that's where I'm at. All right. Then we get into our tier 5. Does the Cowboys move up into tier 4 with a tie against the Packers?
Hell no.
The tie doesn't move them up?
No. Absolutely not. They're awful.
I'm not even saying move them up. They're not moving up a ranking, but just a tier. They don't even jump in the tier?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought, you tied with the Packers. Jerry Jones said it proves the record was that the trade was good.
I don't want to get into.
I'm just trying to make you mad. I'm going to try and get into it. All right. Now let's look at these teams here in tier 5. The Texans did get a win. They're at 23. The Bears are still not quite figuring it out. We saw an awkward interview from Ben Johnson, but they get a 25-24 win over the Raiders. So they do get a win at 22. At 21, the Falcons get a win after an embarrassing loss. They beat the Commanders. The Cardinals lose on Thursday Night Football. The Bengals, that offensive line may have never played football before this week.
I think that you have to drop the Bengals completely out of this tier.
Okay. They're playing really bad right now.
Yeah. So
I'm just going to move them down to tier 6 for right now. Tier 7, the Patriots won, but they beat another team in tier 6. Sorry, team 6. The Giants won. So the Giants can move up if we want to move them up in tier 6, but we'll go back to tier 5. No one deserves to jump in tier 6. No one is necessarily jumped up in tier 6 to tier 5. So we're at Cowboys at 18, Bengals at 19, Cardinals at 20, Falcons at 21, Bears at 22, and Texans at 23. Sorry, the Bengals are out. So we're going to go 18, 19, 20, and 21 is what we're looking at. And we can alter that a little bit more if we want to. What do you like about these teams? Cowboys, Cardinals, Falcons, Bears, and Texans.
I think that the Falcons had a good win, and the Bengals got embarrassed, and the Cardinals lost. So I'd be fine. Who did the Cardinals lose to again?
The Cardinals lost to the Seahawks on Thursday.
Seahawks. Okay. So I say you move the Falcons into the Bengals spot, and you leave the Cardinals at 20.
Okay. I got you on that one. I like that one. So that puts us with that.
And then the Texans above the Bears.
Okay.
Right.
I'm fine. I'm fine leaving the Bears out of the Texans right now. I'm fine.
Okay.
They didn't do anything. they really didn't do anything.
I was giving you an opportunity to get your team up there.
I get it, but they didn't do anything. That they scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter because the Titans are bad. So I'm not gonna tout their heads. The Bears did beat the Raiders as well, so I won't discredit them for being the Raiders. The Texans defense did get a shutout. I'll give them credit for that, but the offense is still hot garbage. So I do not want to put them any bit higher. So the Cowboys at 18, Falcons at 19, Cardinals at 20, Bears at 21, Texans at 22. All right, where do we put these Bengals now? Now that we've got them in tier 6.
So that's the end of tier 5.
That is the end of tier 5. In tier 6, we have the Bengals, Jets, Raiders, Panthers, Patriots, Titans, and Giants.
The
Jets have got to drop some.
Do you move the Patriots to the top of tier 6? I know they beat the Panthers, but they dominated them.
Yeah, they're probably the best team in this in tier 6. They're probably the best team. So the Patriots can go there. I think the Bengals are fine at 24. They're bad, but they're not.
Dude, I feel like the Giants should be 24.
Okay. But I mean, they just lost 3 neighbors.
That's true.
And I don't mind moving up the Giants a little bit, but like, because
All right.
I'll think.
Well, I mean, but the Bengals don't have Joe Burrow.
Well, I mean, we'll move them up. We'll move because I mean, all of these teams now are not great.
They're awful. They're
I mean,
so
like
bad.
I'd say this. I go Patriots, Raiders, Panthers, Giants, and we're gonna move the Bengals and the Jets down
Okay.
because
So
they're
Patriots, Bengals,
Patriots, Jets,
Jets.
Raiders, Giants. Because I'd still take the wait, did I put the Jets back up there? Why did I put the Jets back up there? I've messed everything up, Matt. I messed it all up.
So you got the Patriots at 23.
Yes.
You got the Jets at 24.
No, the Jets are going to move down.
Okay.
So the Patriots at 23.
Mm-hmm.
Look over at my other list. Then we're going Raiders, Panthers. Giants.
Okay. And then the Jets.
Raiders, Panthers, Giants, then the Bengals, then the Jets. Because the Jets
then the Bengals.
Then the Bengals, then the Jets, then the Titans.
But I do think we cut off tier 6 at 28 and we put the Titans at 29 in tier 7.
Oh, we're putting the Jets in tier 7, man. The Jets are bad.
Okay. So we cut it off at 27.
They're going to lose to the Cowboys. That's how bad they are.
So tier 7 starts at 28.
Yeah, we're now moving some other teams down into tier 7. I mean, one of our teams in the tier 7 won this weekend. They're not any better. They lost Tyreek Hill. I mean, I'm not saying the Dolphins are any better. They did win though because they beat the Jets. That's my whole point. Is the Jets lost to the Dolphins? They are 0-4. The Dolphins are 1-3 and 1-3. I'm just saying. After all is said and done, the Jets are really, really bad right now. I think they have talent on this roster, but they are bad.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
So we don't have to move our bottom 3 if we don't want to, but that does put us with let me make sure my numbers are right. This will put us with in tier 6 the Patriots, Raiders, Panthers, Giants, and Bengals, followed by in tier 7 the Jets, Titans, Browns, Dolphins, and Saints.
Man, that was brutal. There are so many bad teams in the NFL right now.
There's a lot of teams that are not very good. Once you get past tier 4, it's really kind of not. I mean, like maybe some of these tier 5 teams have potential. Like tier 5 is really where your bargain basement have potential to maybe figure something out, make a big trade, and be in the like wild card hunt.
Yeah.
But they're like, I mean, is there a tier 5 team that you think is more than a wild card away? Like more than they need a player to be in the wild card? Like the Cardinals just don't look very good. As much as they are, and they're in a really tough division. So I just don't.
But they're still competing though.
They are, and I think the Cowboys are. I think the Falcons are. I think the Bears are, and I think the Texans are. I think they're all competitive teams, but I don't think any of them is necessarily like going to be able to do much as we get further into it. So that does put us a new power rankings. I'll try and get that graphic done and post it up after the show today if I have the ability to get it done. Matt, let's kick in the Jerry Jones hour. How about it?
Woo.
Your favorite part of the show, the Jerry Jones hour. And what I wanted to talk about in the Jerry Jones hour today is how Jerry and the Cowboys are maybe going to confuse like how they're going to be able to win some games here and skew the narrative for the next few weeks. That I think they can easily, going into their bye week, have a winning record because they tied with Green Bay and didn't take the loss. Mm-hmm. So they're 1-2-1. They should win the next 2 weeks. So that'd be 2-2-1, right? They play New York, and I get these are on the road, but they play New York and they play Carolina. These are 2 games they should be able to win. Now, the Carolina game, take the over. I don't know what it is. Take the over. It could be 600. Take the over. It's in 2 weeks. Neither of these teams has a semblance of a defense. I would say take the over. It's going to be like that game could be 50-40 at the end of it, like easily.
If the Panthers score 40 on you, or if either of those teams the next 2 weeks score 40 on you, fire Matt Eberflus.
Yes, I agree with that one. Then we're going to look at then you have Washington, Denver, and Arizona. Those are the more difficult ones because you're looking to be 1-2-1. You'll be 3-2-1 going into those last 3. Now, if you win one of those games, now you're 4-2-1. You can lose the other 2 and be 4-4-1, and you're not technically at 5, but you're closest to 500 as you can get, right? Because you have the tie in there, and I don't know how that works into it. But maybe that still counts as 500 if you're 4-4-1. I don't know. But this is a team now that it feels like if you could pull out a win somewhere against one of these teams, Arizona and Denver are both viable teams to get a win against. Washington, it depends on the health of Jaden Daniels. But this is a team that going into a bye week where, you know, I believe the trade deadline's maybe after that game, or maybe it's right before the trade deadline. I think it's right in their bye week area. That this is a Dallas team that is going to be able to convince you, or convince not us, not you, the royal you, convince the people that they do not need any more help because they're 500. They've bounced back from a bad start. They're 1-2. They're now in. They're 500. We were playing for a wild card. When they come out of that break, they'll have Las Vegas, which is fine. They play Philadelphia, Kansas City, Detroit, Minnesota, Chargers, Commanders, and the Giants. They may lose out the rest of the season. Like, believably lose out the rest of the season. If they don't make any moves or do anything. I think they beat Vegas. I think they beat the Giants. I get those. So maybe 2 wins. But you're talking about Philly, KC, Detroit, Minnesota, Chargers, and Washington. Those all should be losses. Like if what this team looks like right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my if you are the Cowboys right now and you are not Jerry Jones, are you feeling like we have a good enough world that if we can get some sort of defense at all we got to do is figure out how healthy we are in the bye week at the trade deadline, find out how healthy we are, and maybe we should make a move for that defense then. Try and build something in. We'll have then Vegas the next Monday to put that person in and try and get them built into the system in the bye week and that. And then we go on the really hard stretch that all we have to do is go 500 in. And we have a shot to get to the wild card. If we go 500 in these games against Philly, Kansas City, Detroit, Minnesota, Washington, and the Chargers, we won't have to win out. But if we go 500 in those games, in that stretch of 6 games, we go 3-3, we're a wild card team for sure.
Yeah.
I think there's a path, but you have to still add something because that secondary is so bad. I know Trayvon Diggs came out today and said that his benching was a wake-up call and that he was a right decision because he had a bad week at practice and he's just trying to get into his full health and we go back and play. They did look better in the second half defensively. I know they still allowed a ton of points, but it wasn't. I mean, it's like it's looking bad, but it's a difference between being, a 3 or a 5. It's not really still good, but it was better than terrible. It's kind of what that defense looked like in the second half. But Matt, what do you think about the fact that their schedule breaks out in a way that Jerry Jones is going to be in a really Jerry Jones friendly situation, most likely that they will be able to sit 500 at the break and either do the right thing or, I mean, and depending on what you have to give up. I get that. But when I say do the right thing, I mean, go out and try and help this defense. Try and get something going so you have a chance. Give your fans something fun to watch. Or he can say, oh, look at us. We started badly, and we've been above 500 the second half. That's all we got to keep doing, and not ignore the fact that the schedule is going to be really light coming up.
So are we assuming that Jaden Daniels is going to be back for the October 19th game against the Commanders?
I would assume so. I don't know, though. I would assume he's going to be back.
Okay, so my guess would be that they'll be 4-4-1.
Yeah.
After the Cardinals game, which is like the most 500 you could possibly be at being 500.
Yes.
With the tie in there. And then the trade deadline is the day after the Cardinals game.
That's what I thought. So you get the bye week because they have a bye week after that.
Mm-hmm. I still don't want them to make a trade because 4 first-round picks is better than 3 first-round picks.
But you don't have to go up a first.
That's true. So it depends on what they're trying to do. So if they go and they try and get another pass rusher, like what does that cost? If you go and you try and get another guy in the secondary, is Siobhan Revell going to be back by then? Is that enough in your second?
Is Siobhan Revell a rookie who has had no training camp and no practice for his entire NFL career, going to be ready to step up and play good secondary football?
That's kind of what I'm getting at here. So is that enough for Jerry to be like, oh, we're good. We don't need to make another move in secondary. He could sell that to whoever he needs to. He doesn't need to sell it to anybody. He's the guy that makes all the calls all the shots.
I mean, sell it to the fan base. Like, here is your pile of lies.
Yeah. So my guess is that if they do make a trade, it'll be for some kind of an edge rusher. Even though they just got Clowney, like, do they have room in that room? I'm not sure, because it seems like they're so high on everybody. Yeah, that's what they're trying to sell.
They're super high on Ezeraku, and they're super high on Sam Williams, and they're super high on Nealand, super high on Clowney, super high on everybody.
Yeah. So I feel like what they're going to try to do is just sell, like, oh, look at us. We started 1-2-1.
That's what I figured they're going to do.
And we've gone 3-2 over our next 5. We're trending upwards, and we're right in the thick of things. And if we just keep winning, we'll be right there. We'll get all our guys healthy. We don't need to waste any capital. That's my guess for what they're going to do. And then they're going to go into the second half of their schedule, and they're going to probably get above 500 by beating the Raiders, and then they're going to lose 5 straight.
That schedule's tough in the second half, man.
Probably 6 straight, honestly.
Yeah, this is it. It's a 6-game stretch right there.
So then at that point, you're 5-10-1.
Yeah, you're done. I mean, you're done once you lose that 8th game, really.
And then he'll blame it on injuries, or, this is why you don't pay people, like all this stuff. Like it's going to be the same old story. And then they're going to beat the Giants at the end of the year. They're going to ruin their draft position in the 2026 NFL draft.
Oh, I can't wait for the Jerry Jones of when they finish the season 5-10-1, and then they go, well, some people said we trade Micah Parsons, we wouldn't win a game. We won 5.
Yeah. They'll end the year 6-10-1 by beating the Giants at the end of the year, and then they'll draft like 12th because there's so many bad teams in the NFL.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic down there at the bottom. There's not a lot of all defeated teams. We know the Jets have not won a game, the Titans have not won a game, and the Saints have not won a game. The Titans and Saints are front runners to continue that trend. The Jets will win a few.
That's what I like to call undefeated.
Undefeated.
Yes.
They're not defeated. They're undefeated. I like that. Yeah, but if we go out there, the Panthers are 1-3. The Cowboys are 1-2-1. The Giants are 1-3. The Raiders are 1-3. The Texans are 1-3. The Browns are 1-3. The Ravens are 1-3. The Dolphins are 1-3. There's a lot of teams that really you don't feel are going to bounce back at a high level. And I mean, technically, the Cowboys should be 1-3. It's what they should be.
Yeah. The Jets are 0-4. The Titans are 0-4. The Saints are 0-4. So there's going to be 3 teams competing for those top 3 spots. The rest of that's just going to be a mess for 4 through 13 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think the Texans are probably going to be, if there's a team that's going to get out of that, it's going to be the Ravens first, and then probably the Texans. Yeah. I feel less good about the Texans getting out of that, but I feel like the Ravens are going to figure it out eventually, like when Lamar Jackson comes back. Like the Ravens will probably end up being like a wild card team, and then they'll get to the AFC Championship.
I don't know. It depends how long that Lamar injury is. Because if this offense struggles, that defense is garbage right now.
Yeah, so it'll
be interesting when they play the Texans this week. That one is going to be, if Lamar, we'll see in the injury reports when those come out where they sit. But of those pieces, I don't know. Let's talk a little coaching hot seats before we get to our meathead of the day, Matt. First off, I want to get your opinion on Arkansas. We haven't really talked about Sam Pittman and the replacement for Sam Pittman yet. We've seen some names start to get levied around. A lot of them are kind of the same names we heard for Oklahoma State. And that same, like he heard that the hot young coaches. Some of the names maybe are also in we know Billy Napier is not going to be here next year, Florida conversation. But it does feel like even though Arkansas is Arkansas, they're in the SEC. There is more money there. There is donors. We know that they took a big step and brought in John Calipari for basketball. They made a big step in the basketball department to try and step that end of it up. Do you think that they're going to try and swing big, and this may be the John Gruden because somebody with money just says we want to go there, or another name of a big name like how UNC went for Belichick? Do you think they may go that route, or do you think they just kind of go maybe a little bit more young coach? They go Bobby Petrino and say, screw it all. We wanted him back anyway. We just couldn't do it. Where do you think they go at Arkansas? Have you heard anything that rung off your ear right?
The name that I've heard connected to them the most has been Rhett Lashley.
Yeah, I've heard that
at SMU. And I think he would be a good fit there. Here's the problem, though. I think SMU right now is a better job than Arkansas. I think you've got all the money there that you need. You've got everything that you have at Arkansas. You pretty much have at SMU, and you don't have to play in the SEC. So I don't know. I don't think that unless they come in and they offer I don't know what Rhett Lashley's making right now. I can look that up real quick, but
I don't even know if it's what he's making as much as making sure all the NIL packages, all these other pieces, so we can win, so we can actually go and try and get a bigger job.
Yeah, it depends on what. I just don't think Arkansas is that job.
I think Arkansas could be good, but you're going to play a really tough schedule every year and have to rebuild in a really tough schedule. It seems like it could be rough for him to go. And so I'm curious. I'm curious if they try and go the bigger name route because they went with Calipari. Calipari is a very proven coach and everything else, but it was not, you wouldn't have expected him to go to Arkansas either.
Yeah. Especially leaving Kentucky.
Yeah.
Man, Rhett Lashley is a name that most people are talking about. There's some other ones that could be interesting that I just don't know that there's a big name in there that they could really swing. Like every name that I've seen has been like either an up and coming coach at a more downtrodden program or a group of 5 team, or Bobby Petrino.
Yeah.
I don't think that any big name that's currently in college football would leave their spot. I mean, the only one I can really think of is Clark Lee, maybe at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he's already SEC.
And you're losing Diego Pavia.
Yeah, I can see that
go
being
that route.
Let me just get out on top and go to somewhere where I know that we'll keep getting NIL. I know they will keep funding us versus here where once the fun is over, I may be screwed.
Yeah, I think what they may do is try to swing big, and then at the end of the day, they're like, "Oh, nobody wants to come here. That's a big time head coach. So we're going to have to go hire like an up and coming guy, or like a Jeff Traylor or someone like that, or like a coordinator that's really hot right now, like Colin Klein."
Yeah,
something like that. I don't think that they could reach into the NFL either. Arkansas is probably a bottom 3, bottom 4 job in the SEC as it stands right now. Like, it's probably above Kentucky. It's probably above Vanderbilt. And like, maybe, is there one that's like, is it maybe Mississippi State? Although Jeff Lebby's done a pretty good job there. So like,
yeah,
it's probably a better job than Mississippi State.
It's a better job because historically they've been there. I think of all the teams where we hear the name thrown around of Gruden trying to come back, this one's first off makes the most sense to me because it is a splash hire for them where they get to be like, oh, look who we got. There's a lot of money that maybe doesn't know enough about football to be like, yeah, let's go get him. Like, we're Walmart or we're Tyson. We'll pay for him and go get him. And then for him, it's coming in, but this is like that Spurrier job at the end of his career, like one of those places where you're like, look, if it works, great, but it feels like you're not going to get the Florida job. Florida's going to go after somebody else. So this is pretty much as high as you can get. It's an SEC school, so you're on TV every week. You're in these, you're not going mid-major, you're not going Big 12. So maybe you can get into that world of him taking that job just to get back into coaching and then realize he's never going to be able to win enough games to really come back and be a full-time comeback.
Do you think Arkansas is a better job than Arizona State?
No, but I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell you exactly how much the funding is because, again, the big deal with Arkansas is the best NIL deal you can get is one source, like where you don't have to call 15 different people, right? You can just call 1 or 2 people and you get your money. And Arkansas has that. So for coaches like Calipari, where he's like, I don't want to have to try and convince somebody to come off of $300,000, another guy to come off one. I don't want to fundraise all the time. I want to call up my buddy over at Walmart and go, I need $2 million to sign this kid. They go, check's written. Like that or Tyson, like they have those big money billionaire donors, and not every school has those. I think that for an older coach is a huge, huge positive. And so I don't know if Arizona State has one of those. I think they have people that are willing to donate, but I don't know if they have 2 billionaires ready to go for them.
So it would be a really big swing then, and a splash hire is Kenny Dillingham.
It would be, but again, I don't know if and it depends
You're
on where
probably
they
losing Sam Levitt after this year. You're probably losing Jordan Tyson.
Yeah. No, I get that. I feel like I don't know if that's a step up. I don't know if it's a big enough step up for him.
He turned Arizona State from a garbage team into a college football playoff.
No, I get that. I get that, but I don't know if that's the job that he would want to leave Arizona State for. To be like, let me get going there. I don't know if that's a big enough step up because there's a chance you go over there and it's, now you're living in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and you're like, oh no, something has gone terribly wrong. Because once you're there year 6, you're done. It's like, well, you've now turned into Matt Campbell, which is you can be a really good coach, but you're never going anywhere else, man. That it's until you get fired. Or Mike Gundy even. Like Mike Gundy was great, did everything, but you're like, Mike Gundy couldn't go anywhere. He's never going to move up from Oklahoma State at a certain point.
So here are the jobs that I think could be open in the SEC at the end of the year. Florida, Arkansas, Auburn, and Kentucky are the four.
Auburn's really close, and Kentucky is another one. That Kentucky's just weird because they don't care about football.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anybody big at Kentucky. Arkansas is kind of in that same vein where I don't think you're really gonna get anybody big. If you do, it's gonna be like a group of 5 guy, like I said, like John Summerall or GJ Kinney or Jeff Traylor or something like that. So that kind of leaves you with Auburn and Florida as the two. So I think they will be the ones who, if there is a big swing in the SEC and a big up and cut like a Kenny Dillingham or something like that, I bet he goes to Auburn if they fire Hugh Freeze, or Florida when they fire Billy Napier.
Yeah, and I mean it kind of also depends too of like how much it costs to fire your coach, of who you're going to bring in afterwards as well, what that contract is. I mean, if we look at like Jeff Lebby got like ousted at Oklahoma and got the Mississippi State job. Like they weren't happy with him at Oklahoma.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that, well, yeah, you're probably right.
Like there were other circumstances, but yeah, they weren't happy, and he still got that job. So I don't think Mississippi State is necessarily hiring top, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if they're able to jump in there. I don't think Kentucky is at all. I think they're looking at coordinators too. I think everybody's looking at those two schools are definitely looking at coordinators. I think Arkansas can look at a head coach, and Florida's definitely looking at a head coach. Like that one to me is more impressive for Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, I agree. I think that probably Kenny Dillingham is either Auburn or Florida.
Yeah.
If he moves.
Yeah, both those schools, you can say there's a history here. They've won national championships in the recent memory. I can go here and build something and build them back up.
A real interesting. So I just looked at the Arkansas 24/7 Sports hot board to kind of get an idea of who they're looking at. Kenny Dillingham was on that list.
Okay.
But there's a real interesting name on that list that I think would be a great fit at Arkansas because he's a weirdo.
Who's that?
Dan Mullen.
I saw that. I saw somebody mention Dan Mullen's name. He just went to UNLV though, right?
Yeah, but like Arkansas, like will pay whatever buyout to lure him. Like, what is his buyout at UNLV? It's probably not high.
No, it's probably not. But they can go get Bill Belichick. Oh, man, that game, aren't they playing? Isn't North Carolina playing Clemson this week?
I think so. Dan Mullen's buyout's $12 million. Oh, sorry, that was from Florida.
Oh yeah, it's got to be lower. So I was like, that's a lot to pay for a buyout for a coach who's not necessarily great.
Here's an article that came out on UNLV admits it can't afford the first 2 years of Dan Mullen's contract.
Wow. Oh, it's kind of like Colorado with Deion Sanders, where they're like, hey, gotta hope you have to turn things around quick. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so Dan Mullen may be a free agent. Maybe
Arkansas, baby. You heard it here first.
I like it. I like that, man. We'll take our second break. We'll come back, wrap it up with our meathead of the day here on a Wednesday edition of Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping things up here on a Wednesday afternoon. Getting to our meathead. By the way, I was going to show this earlier, the Cowboys injury report to see how beat up the Cowboys are. If you want to see that one, they're not really that healthy right now. Tyler Guyton's got in concussion protocol. Tyler Booker's got the ankle. Malik Hooker did not practice. CeeDee Lamb didn't practice. Miles Sanders is maybe Jane Blue though. This could be the Jane Blue opening. Miles Sanders injury could be. He's got a knee and ankle. That's an old man injury right there. What happened? Well, I sprained my ankle. Then I hurt my knee because I sprained my ankle. Tyler Booker, Tyler Guyton, and Tyler Smith, all on the injury report. Not good. Now all your Tylers are putting on there. Even Kevontae Turpin is hurt. But Dron Bland, full participant. So that's a good thing to see that we see those guys. But yeah, definitely a lot of injuries there for the Cowboys. Oh, if I can get this to remove, and then we'll do that. Let's get to our meathead of the day. We'll stick with the Cowboys for this one because I like this. This is apparently Joe Milton was playing catch with somebody, and his cannon arm was a little bit too much to just play catch with.
You can't do it. I would. You want me to? Yeah. Right. But like every time I dad, I'm like,
Yeah. I see.
Brutality. We see. Watch that again as we just watch him. Like, all right, should I do it? He does not know how fast this ball is going to come into him at all, and then right there, just smashes him. Just always remember the level between you and a professional athlete is probably more than you think it is.
That could have killed the guy. That's how fast Joe Milton throws the football. That was an interesting decision. It was, I guess, if you get into a game of catch with Joe Milton, you better bring your catcher's mask. You know, maybe the chest gear as well, maybe the gloves even. I don't know, but you got to get out of the way of that thing fast.
It's just always still that great show idea that it was all right, but I don't think they ever got enough famous athletes. That pros versus Joes.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Ricky Williams just truck guys, still some fun stuff to go back and watch on YouTube. Pros versus Joes. They also had a host, the guy from USC, the guy who played quarterback for USC, that has a really, really long name that I can never remember.
For USC?
Yeah, I believe he's a USC player. Let's see if we can look it up real quick. Or if anybody in the chat knows who it is for us. Oh, Petros Pop. Sorry about that. Petros Papadakis. I had a cough in the middle of that one. That's how bad it was. Petros Papadakis. Apparently, Michael Strahan and Jay Glazer did it for the final 2 seasons. But yeah, I remember Petros Papadakis was the guy when Pros versus Joes first started out. Spike TV for men. because all the rest of these channels aren't for you. It's like, so it's a thing I've restrained. I try not to post on social media too much about when people get in stuff. But there's just a lot of people in my feed that are usually older white guys being like, the halftime show is a disgrace that they put Bad Bunny. And you're like, dude, you don't matter anymore to them. Like, I get that that's a shame, but there's a demographic thing. And if you ever worked in any form of media, you will know about demographics, and they don't care about you anymore. So they're aiming for a completely different demographic. It does not matter that you're not watching. They weren't playing. They're like, first of all, you are, because you're going to be having it on the TV. So your TV will be on while it's playing. You're not flipping the channel, worried about missing that second half. All the bets you put down over there. We got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry, I don't want to watch Bad Bunny either, but I'm also not in that demographic, so I know they don't care about me either. But we will be back tomorrow, Thursday edition. Corey Mose joins the show tomorrow as well to talk some Texas football with us. It's going to be a fun one. Don't you dare miss it. We'll be back tomorrow, but until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.